Hello everyone. I invite you on the second day of Forensic Gala organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India. Without taking much time, I invite Mr. Kevin to speak on the Bundy murders, a comprehensive history.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I appreciate the invitation. I want to say hello to everybody and in all of the countries. I'm happy to be here. Your interest in Ted Bundy is shared by many people across the world, not just here in the United States. And so I'll give you a little background on myself. Uh, my book, The Bundy Murders, A Comprehensive History, was published in 2009, but it was not supposed, I never had any intention about writing, any intention of writing about Ted Bundy. It really came about just by chance. Um, Before The Bundy Murders was written, I had only written one book on an American general named George Armstrong Custer. And I was writing, I was not on staff, but I was a contributing writer to a weekly print newspaper called Snitch, which covered issues of crime and the law. And so I was going along, and there's a friend in Louisville. He's passed away now, but his name was Jim Massey, and he worked for probation and parole here in Louisville, Kentucky. And I was aware that Jim Massey had been friends with retired detective Jerry Thompson out of Utah for many years. And he called me one night and he said, listen, Jerry and his wife are coming to Louisville. And Jerry was the lead detective in the Ted Bundy case for Utah. Of course, Bundy began his murders in Washington State. And when that became a hotbed of activity, and we'll get into this more, but he moved to Utah. And it was in Utah, after he had committed a number of murders, really at least eight murders that we know of. And while he was in Utah, he branched out to Colorado and to Idaho. That's where he was exposed. So I knew Jerry was involved with the Bundy case. So what happened was, I told Jim, I said, well, I would love to have dinner with you folks. I appreciate you inviting me. And so I think this was in March of 2005. And so when they arrived in Louisville in May of 2005, I received a call one night, and it was on a Sunday afternoon. He said, we're going to be meeting at such and such restaurant. And I said, okay, well, what time are we meeting? He told me. And before we hung up, before we stopped talking and I hung up the phone, he said to me these words. He said he brought the bag. I said, what bag? He said he brought the bag that Ted Bundy carried. And then from that moment, I knew, I said, I had remembered Jerry had kept Ted Bundy's murder kit after he was executed in Florida. It was just in the evidence room of the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. And Jerry got permission to take that with him and use for like crime, seminars. I believe he took it up to the FBI thing after Bundy's execution. So he's had that murder kit for years. So, when I heard that, I said, hey, Jim, can you meet me a few minutes early at the restaurant so that we can, I would love to look at this stuff. He said, sure. So we met up there, and I parked my car next to his truck, and I got out, and he was coming around the truck holding this brown leather satchel that was inside of a large plastic bag. And he laid that in the back of the truck, and he took it's like a gym bag. He took it out of the plastic bag, and then we started going through the items. And within that kit, there was a ski mask, rope. There was an orange electrical cord, and Bundy would use that electrical cord for choking people, strangling people. Sometimes he would use a rope, but he liked to use the electrical cord. There were two right-handed gloves. There was no left hand. Two right-handed gloves, and they were different. One was a puffy ski type. The other was a brown a woolen glove with a leather like palm area. And Bundy was left-handed, but we think that because he operated in winter, that for some reason, when he would carry bodies into the woods or drag them, he would drag them with his right hand. In any event, it had two right-handed gloves. I said the ski mask. It also, he carried Glad trash bags, a box of Glad bags. When he was arrested, the box originally had 10. He had 7 left. What he would do with the Glad trash bags is that he would never leave a victim with any clothes on her. The only thing that were ever, if a victim was even found, and a number of them were, they were found nude, except for having perhaps a beaded necklace. And so they would use, so he would use these trash bags to put the clothes of the victims in there, and he would never leave them anywhere near the scene of the crime. He would dump them off down the road. Like, for example, on one murder, Julie Cunningham's, in March of 1975, he said that he took her clothes, and I think he said he put them in a Goodwill dumpster down the road. But a lot of times he would just put them in dumpsters and throw them away. But he didn't want to. This was before DNA, but he didn't want any connection with hairs or any type of fibers, and he knew enough to not leave them with anything on them that might be contaminated with some of his hairs or even maybe a print. So he would get rid of those. So all of these items were in there. He had a red handled ice pick. He had a flashlight. We don't know really what he used the ice pick for. It could have been for picking locks. It's possible. I read a report once that one of the victims may have had a puncture wound in her abdomen. But it's kind of an unusual thing. We don't really know why he used the ice pick. But he, like I say, he had the flashlight, and everything he used had in that kit he would use for murder. So in any event, so I'm looking at this stuff, and so after we get done, we go in the restaurant. The restaurant. I meet Jerry and his wife, very nice people. Jerry passed away about 6 months ago, maybe a little bit longer, but very nice people. We had dinner. We went back to their hotel room, the Breckenridge Inn here in Louisville, and we sat around the pool that night. It was very nice out, and we just talked about the case. And I knew that meeting Jerry would cause me to write at least an article about it, which would be published in Snitch. Now, Jerry was here in Louisville for about 4 or 5 days. And while he was here, he gave Jim Massey the bag. So on the second or third night after Jerry had come to Louisville, I called Jim up one night and I said, "Hey, Jim, would you mind if I would bring the murder kit to my house? I'd like to take some pictures of it." He said that would be fine. And so I went over there and I picked it up from his house, and I put the satchel with all the stuff was in it in passenger seat, and it was already dark. And so as I was driving home, and I think I even say this in the book, that as I would pass under streetlights, I'd look over and it would illuminate that bag. And I thought, this is very surreal. This is very weird, because I'm driving through some streets of a neighborhood, of a darkened neighborhood, as Bundy often did, with the same murder kit that he used to carry, and there's not a museum curator around me or anybody. This thing is just in my possession for a while. So I took it home, and I called my wife on my cell phone, and I said, we don't usually have anything on the dining room table. I said, clear anything off the dining room table that might be, because I'm bringing Ted Bundy's murder kit into the house. And she wasn't very pleased with that, but she did. And my son-in-law, excuse me, my son-in-law was here, and he helped me arrange this stuff. And I would take various photographs, and 2 of those photographs have been on the internet for years, and they've been published in books and things like that. the only color photographs that I know of the kit out there. But in any event, now the reason why I wrote this book about Bundy is that right before Jerry left, he gave me and he gave Jim one of the Glad trash bags from Ted Bundy's car. It was just a surreal experience. And so I said, thank you, Jerry. And I said, Jerry, would you mind writing a letter of authentication? He said, I'll. So he wrote each. And so I wrote this article for Snitch, and I provided photographs for it. And I thought that would be it. But then something peculiar to writers started happening. There was something building on the inside of me, and I couldn't get away from it. And I felt like I needed to investigate more. And so after a number of months, I decided to write a book about Ted Bundy. So I had to begin by reading every book out there of the main Bundy books over the next period of months to see what was in there, to see the story from their perspective, and to make note on as to what they published. And after that, I recontacted Jerry Thompson, and in August of 2006, I traveled to Utah to interview him, once again, and obtain case files from the area about those murders, and I did so. So from August from 2006 until and really I began my time of investigation during the period I had to read all those books and stuff like that. So by the time I got there in August, so the book I finally ended the book. I was able to complete the book by late summer of 2008, which would make my time of research about 2.5 years. And I have to tell you, I've written 15 books, 14 books since then. And I've never written a book the way I wrote that book. My wife gave up a lot of time with me. It was literally every day, day and night. We'd go out to dinner. I'd get a call from a detective or investigator somewhere. I'd take the call. I'd go back home. I'd begin writing. And so she was very, very nice, and she gave up a lot of time with me. We were living in the same house, and we were doing things together, but most of my time was involved in research and writing and double checking and doing everything that I had to do to produce a good book. Well, what was interesting, halfway along of the writing of the book, I discovered, because I'd read all the previous books, that I was discovering a lot of new information about the case, including several of the murders, information that had never been published before. And I thought, well, this is extremely interesting. And I had a lot of people, some well-meaning friends, back right before I started the book, to tell me that I shouldn't write the book because there's enough books out there on Bundy. But sometimes, and I know all of you can maybe see this in your own life. Sometimes you have to do just what you think you need to do. And it's okay to hear the opinions of others, but in the end, you have to go with what you know on the inside. So I decided to do it. So when I was halfway through the book and I saw how the book was taking shape and how I was finding out new information about these murders and a whole lot of new general information about the case, I realized I had something special on my hands. And that's always a nice feeling to get. Because when you start to write a book, you never know how that book is going to be, how it's going to be completed, exactly how well it will be received. That was a little bit of a concern of mine. But anyway, so it turned out to be great. I finished the book, it was published. And of course, nobody really knew who I was at the time. So it took a little while to build, but okay. So over the years, the more people that read it, and a number of influential people read the book, then they could see what I had created. And I also decided early on that I was going to write it from the perspective of if you were traveling along with Bundy, you were there to see it almost like in real time. And instead of a lot of the girls disappearing, outside of my first chapter of the book, which I keep Bundy in the shadows, and I explain this in the preface of why I'm doing that. And from then on, you're traveling right along with Bundy from really his birth and then on up to young adulthood and into, you know, all these, you know, murders. And so it's the way I wrote the book. It's the information that I included in the book. And since that time, I have published 3 companion volumes, all of which contain new information. And many people contact me and have contacted me over the years that knew Bundy. And of course, they all have to be vetted. I don't just take a story from somebody and say, oh, well, you knew Ted Bundy. People, I have to be able to correlate information that validates what they're saying to me. And so in each of the companion books, I've gotten a lot of new testimony from valid people in the backstory of certain things. Like, for example, Carol Bartholomew, there's a famous picture of Bundy. And Carol lived in Utah. And there's this famous picture of Bundy. Bundy's holding a rinsing gun at a party, and this pretty blonde woman is doing dishes, and they're both smiling at the camera. Well, that woman is Carol Bartholomew, and her name, Bartholomew, the guy taking the picture was a man named Win Bartholomew, who's mentioned in my book, The Bundy Murders. And that was before that they were married. They actually started dating, Win and Carol, soon after that picture was taken, and they ended up getting married and having a bunch of kids and grandkids. And unfortunately, Win passed away. But I was able to locate Carol in 2015 when I was doing my second book, which is one of the companion volumes called The Trail of Ted Bundy, Digging Up the Untold Stories. And Carol gave me the full story of that picture and how she met Bundy. And she helped me get in contact with a number of people who knew him and had become good friends of him. Because, you know, in Utah, once the investigation against him started heating up, he ran to the Mormon church to become, you know, kind of accepted by them. He was looking for a place of comfort, not because he was suddenly becoming religious and wanted to believe in God. That wasn't it at all. He was looking to just get away from the heat of the investigation. And she put me in touch with a number of people. And one fellow I spoke to named Larry Anderson, and he's in the book, the Trail of Ted Bundy. Larry was good friends with Bundy, and he said to me, he said, you know, several days after Bundy was executed, one of the national magazines came to me, offered me a lot of money to talk about Bundy. He said, but I just refused to do it. I didn't want to. So here I come along 20 years later. He doesn't ask for any money from me, and he's willing to talk to me. And so his story is in there. So since The Bundy Murders was published in 2009, in 2015, I was doing the research for The Trail of Ted Bundy. Then there was a second companion volume, which was The Bundy Secrets. Then the third companion volume turned out to be Ted Bundy's Murderous Mysteries. And just as that book was published, a fella contacted me and said, have you ever thought about writing an encyclopedia of the Ted Bundy murders? I said, my publisher just published this other book, fourth book. I just finished a book on Bundy. I wasn't at all interested. But when I ran past my publisher several days later, they thought that sounds like a good idea. And I really couldn't say it wasn't, because there wasn't an encyclopedia out there of the crimes. And this is a voluminous case covering many states and hundreds of people. So I thought, well, you know what? Maybe it's a good idea. So I wrote that. I'm doing a 6th and final Bundy book right now, and there won't be any more after that. And once I complete this, I will have written in the neighborhood of 1,500 pages, maybe 1,600 pages, and that's a lot of writing about one man and one case. But in any event, so it's been a long journey, and I would not want to have to write the Bundy murders again. It took a lot out of me emotionally. The crimes are very dark. You feel like you get to know the victims very well. A lot of them were my age, and if they were alive today, they would be, no doubt grandmothers. I've got grandchildren, I've had children, and they would, no doubt, most of them would be here. But all that was voided and taken away because of Ted Bundy. Now, what I'd like to do is go over this. I'm titling this lecture, that's just the introduction, but I'm titling this lecture, Ted Bundy, Evolution of a Killer. And I'd like to give you some points. I mean, this is a subject that whenever I speak on Ted Bundy, I could go not hours, I could go days, but we don't have days. We have an hour. So I want to give some interesting points about him. I'll be discussing his MO, and I will be discussing, since Bundy was if nothing else, he was an exceedingly good planner of murder, especially when he was in Washington State, because that was his home excuse me, his home, and he was a very good planner of murder. But we're going to be going over the murders briefly, and I'll be showing you some things about how Bundy's confidence level as a murderer would increase over time, and how he went from attacking only in darkness to doing it in broad daylight, and then returning again to mostly attacks within the darkness. I'd like to cover his MO just to give you an idea. I was told by Bill Hagmeyer, who was the FBI agent who worked with Bundy for the last several years of his life, to get to know him, befriend him, to learn about the murders, the things he did, why he did them, and just whatever information he could gain from having a relationship with Ted Bundy. I remember Bill Hagmeyer told me one day when I was interviewing him on the phone, he said, some of my FBI buddies couldn't understand why I was getting so close to Ted Bundy. I said, don't tell me you had to explain that to them. It was hard for me to believe that they wouldn't understand why he was doing it. But here's what Bill told me. Bundy's MO basically stayed the same. And of course, you have to remember that Ted Bundy was a serious sex, and everything that he would do with victims or parts of victims would always include sex. Always. Now, sometimes Bundy would rape a woman prior to her death, but that was not always the case. He would always, almost always, if not always, rape a woman from behind while he strangled her to death. The intercourse could be anal or vaginal. It could be both. But he would strangle them from behind as he was having sex with them. And of course, because he was a necrophile, he would have sexual activity with the corpse, or perhaps a part of a corpse, because we know he took heads home to his apartment. He admitted to Bill Hagmeyer he had 4 heads in Washington State at one time. Bundy did not like to talk about the necrophilia. He would talk about it a little, but he didn't want to delve into it a lot. But he would occasionally refer to it and comment upon it. But this is what he did. And so everything that he did with victims would include the sex. And so his basic MO was strangling them from behind while having sex with them. Now, so that would be his MO. He was born on November 24th, 1946 to his mother, Louise Cal. They believe his father, and this is up for grabs really, but I think they're right, but they believe that his father was a sailor from World War II by the name of Jack Worthington. I've seen a picture of Worthington, and there do seem to be some similarities in bone structure of the face and the nose, but we don't know for sure. That was a real sticking point with Bundy. He never could really get over the fact that he was illegitimate, that he really didn't know who his dad was. But when he was 4, Louise moved to Browns Point in Washington State, which was just outside of Tacoma. After a time, she met a man named Johnny Bundy, who was a cook at the Madigan Hospital out there, and they were married. And from that union, and I will say this, Ted Bundy was adopted by him. He was not Johnny Bundy actually gave him his name. He adopted him. So he wasn't his stepdad. He was his adoptive father. And from that union with Louise, they had 4 additional children. And so Bundy grew up with, and he was the oldest, obviously, but he grew up with these 4 siblings. Now, a lot of people want to blame the Bundy family, which is absurd, for the problems that Ted Bundy had. Nobody knows. Nobody, listen, this is one thing you have to understand. No matter what we brain function, no matter what changes that we can absolutely see when certain tests are done on serial killers as to changes within the brain, they can never get to the place as to why these people become this way. And I don't think they ever will. And I also believe that there is an element called evil, that some people at some point in lives, they turn themselves over. So it's almost a mystery. He's an enigma as to why he became the way he became. But in any event, Bundy's childhood appears to be relatively normal. He would tell a writer later, he would say that as he grew up, he had 2 really good friends, Terri Storwick and Warren Dodge. He and Dodge were born on the same day, and I believe Warren was like 20 minutes, ahead of him. He's 20 minutes older. And they were really good friends, the 3 of them. But at the same time, even though Bundy wouldn't mention it then, with them apparently, and as he grew up, he didn't really know how to relate to people or how to be a friend. He could go through the motions, but he knew he was different. This is why I say in the Bundy murders that before Ted Bundy did all of these terrible, terrible things, he was a victim of his own circumstances. He was actually the first victim. Now, Bundy's responsible for everything he did, but you've got to feel sorry about a youth that's growing up that feels so different and unsure of himself. But where you stop the caring and start the judging is when they turn from the mixed up youth to a predator, a homicidal predator, as Ted Bundy became. But that's what he did. And so people talk about, when did his murder start? Well, we know that he launched himself, and this is a big part of my book. He launched himself in the full-time murder in the early, I like to say the dawn of 1974. And that's when he launched into it. That launch in the murder at the dawn of 1974, Bundy knew, whether he talked about it to himself or not, he knew he was launching himself in the full-time murder, and he was not going to stop for any reason unless he was captured or killed. The question has always been, did he kill before then? He did kill before then. We don't know how many. We don't know exactly who they were. He did admit to Bob Keppel that he killed a hitchhiker in Tumwater, that he picked up in Tumwater, Washington, which is south of Seattle, in 1973. He then made a mistake and said he killed in 72, and then quickly backtracked with Keppel. Now, he admitted to killing 11 in Washington State, but he would only own up to the names of 8. So there's 3 other out there. Who are those 3? We don't know. But I believe that because Bundy had no trouble confessing to the murders of women who were college-age women, he did not want to talk about the murders of young girls, preteens. We know he killed 2 that were 12 years old, Lynette Culver out of Pocatello, Idaho, and also his last victim, Kimberly Leach, was 12 years old. He may have killed them as early as 10 years old. We don't know. I've got case files. I've got reports in my case files of the Bundy case, and I've got just thousands and thousands and thousands of pages that describe certain abductions of young girls in the area where Bundy was at the time that he was operating, and it makes me wonder. So we do know he had a thing for mostly killing college-age women, but he would kill teens and preteens as well. Those murders he did not want to talk about. Now, Bundy planned for murder years in advance. And I say in the book, The Bundy Murders, that there was a time when he crossed from fantasy to reality. And that was a barrier he crossed. And when he did it, of course, he never came back. Now, we talked about maybe 1973 murders, 1972 murder. He might have killed earlier than that. He could have killed back east in 1969. Some people think he may have killed little Anne Marie Burr in Tacoma when he was 14. She was 8. We don't know. He did. He always denied that murder, but he did allude to it to a criminologist from Louisville, Dr. Ron Holmes. And Holmes told me the same thing he told the Tacoma News Tribune in a 1987 article, that Bundy basically admitted to it, but in the third person, and he connected himself with it. And so we don't know. But we do know that in 1974, he launched himself into full-time murder. So in 1974, he attacked a woman at night. He wasn't wanting to do daytime attacks, which seems natural for someone that is just, starting out, as it were, and wanting to hunt women. But he attacked a woman by the name of Karen Sparks. I use another name in my book. Years ago, somebody told me that Sparks was not a real name anyway. After publication, years later, I found out it was. But I think I call her Terri Caldwell in my book, The Bundy Murders. In any event, he beat her severely, and he rammed a medical device called a speculum up her vagina. And I know when he left her, she had a basement apartment. She lived with a bunch of other men in a rooming house. She lived in a basement apartment, and he was able to get in. And no doubt through the door being unlocked. A lot of times it was left unlocked. But he beat her severely, and she wasn't even found until many, many hours later by her roommates. These guys looked in on her, and she was all bloody, and she appeared to be near death. Well, Bundy must have made a decision after that, because I'm sure when he left her place, he thought, well, she's going to die. She did not, and she was in a coma for 10 days, spent 30 days in the hospital. But then he attacked Linda Ann Healy in her rooming house in the early morning hours of February 1st, 1974. And this is the most bizarre abduction I've ever heard of. Again, it's in the middle of the night. It's at a rooming house in a university district. You know how young kids are, college kids. They can be walking around at 3 a.m. He chokes her into submission. She's asleep. He attacks her and starts strangling her. This is what he told the writer later. It created a nosebleed. There was no beating on her with a crowbar or anything. There's no splatter pattern of blood in a room. There's only a pool of blood on the bed where it was running. So it's consistent. The blood pattern evidence in the Healy room is consistent with what Bundy said, that when he was strangling her, she woke up, but she was soon unconscious. It created a nosebleed, and it ran on either side of her on to the bed. Well, so what does Bundy do? Now, there's another apartment in the basement of this house. Karen Scavene is on the other side of Bundy. It's separated by a partition of plywood. There's 2 rooms in the basement. There's more girls upstairs. He takes her off the bed. He takes her nightie off, hangs it up in the closet. He makes the bed almost like in a military fashion, better than even Linda Ann Healy could make her bed. And he takes a red backpack, probably has some clothes, but he may have put a sheet over her or something. He carries her up the steps in a university district, probably around 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., in the middle of the night, and carries her to his car. And I'm sure she regained consciousness, and he murdered her and dumped her remains. But it was at night. Now, that to me is the strangest abduction I have ever heard of. On March 12th, he attacked Donna Manson at Evergreen State College. Sundown on March 12th was around, because I checked this, it was around 7:10 p.m. She left her dorm And really, I've been to Evergreen State College. It's a nice college. And what's cool about it, it was built in this big, vast forest of fir trees. And they have these trails that run from dormitories and other areas. And you're encased in trees. And you're moving through the campus a lot of times on these trails encased in trees. And it's very nice. There's a lot of nature to it. But when Bundy saw it for the first time, he must have been overwhelmed with delight, because it's the kinds he would like to hunt. So it was getting dark, and she had a very short walk, maybe a couple hundred yards through this trail, and she was going to a jazz concert. And no one ever knew where the jazz concert was on campus, but I discovered when I was doing research in 2015 that the jazz concert was being held at the library. So we know what trail she had to have taken to get there. The question is, did Bundy encounter her on the trail and attack her, or did he lure her away? When you leave the trail, you open up into an area of campus that is more open, where you're more likely to see people, but nobody reported seeing her. And so they know she never made it into the library, and the jazz concert was on the first floor. She would have been seen, so she never made it. But Bundy got her. And he wouldn't, when he was doing his end of life confessions, he would tell some things about some murders, others he would not talk about. Then on April 17th, he traveled across the Cascade Mountains to CWSC, which is Central Washington State College, and he was hunting there. Somebody that I know did spot him at around 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. With a sling on his arm. So he was allowing himself to be seen in daylight, but he didn't get Susan Rancourt until a little, around 10 p.m., maybe a little after 10 that night. Now, Kathy Parks, Bundy would later say that he traveled to Oregon, and he went to Oregon State University on May 6th. He was asked by a writer, he said, "Why did you do that?" He said, "Well, I kind of wanted to throw off the police." So he goes down to Oregon State University, and I've been there, and he entered the cafeteria before 11 p.m., and he ran into Kathy Parks. And of course, Bundy was a very articulate, friendly. Most women thought he was a handsome guy. He convinced her to leave with him. She did. She was having all kinds of problems, and you'll read about her case and all of these cases in my book, The Bundy Murders, but she left with him, okay? And it was terrible because she thought she could trust him. And Bundy said that once he got beyond he said he had to make copies of something for his school, that he was a student there. And he overpowered her once he got away from, prying eyes and the campus. And he took her then, drove back 250 miles back to Seattle, took her back to the place where he would murder her. And he said basically that was done to throw off the police. Again, in the middle of the night. So that was May 6th. On June 11th, he was able to abduct Georgianne Hawkins again in a university district along Greek Row. He encountered her in the alley, and time won't permit to give all the things about it, but he convinced her to go to a deserted parking lot. He was hobbling on crutches. He had a leg cast on. She walked with him the block and a half. She had to get back to her Spanish. She wanted to be studying her Spanish test. Walked to this deserted parking lot. No doubt when she was putting the crutches, he was on these crutches in the car, he picked up a crowbar from behind the right portion. When I say right, the driver's side, to your right, it would be the passenger side. He had a crowbar underneath there. And as she's doing this, he picked that crowbar up and he hit her. And he hit her with such force that she came out of one of her shoes and both of her earrings flew off. And Bundy would have to go back to this location and on a bike. And it's 1 block down from where that heavy police activity is the next day, because that's where she was last seen. and he was able to retrieve these items. If the police would have spotted this, they would have roped that off immediately if they would have seen a woman's shoe in the parking lot, because it's very close to where she was, and that would, but they never spotted it. So Bundy was growing as a killer. You know, he was a very arrogant man. He felt like he could do anything. He was smarter than the police. So I think he overstepped his boundaries because on June 14th of 1974, it was a beautiful day. And Lake Sammamish State Park is outside of Seattle, east of it. And that's about a 40-minute drive, I believe. And in the morning, beautiful day, 40,000 people were there at this park. I've been there. It's a beautiful place to come with your family. Beautiful lake. It's just very nice. Even and there were company businesses there. The police were even having a function there, their own function party. He convinced Janice Ott to leave with him that morning. What he did was he took her up to the hills of Issaquah, and he bound her. It's my personal opinion. He probably, after sexually attacking her, he bound her to a tree. Some people think maybe he was in a cabin somewhere. That's a possibility. But we also know that some things which will come out in the 6th book, that I can't talk about everything right now, but it kind of lends to the thing that he was probably binding her to a tree and gagging her. In any event, he abducted her before noon, took her to this location. We don't know where it is. But I think he was trying to make a statement that day, because he then went back to the park. This is very bold stuff. He was a very bold killer. And he convinces Denise Naslund to leave with him about 4:30. Now, police suspected that maybe Ott was alive, but they couldn't prove it. So Bill Hagmeyer talked to Bundy about that, and Bundy admitted that he had kept Ott alive and that he brought Denise Naslund back, and the one, saw the other. Both of these women knew, they were terrified what was no doubt in store for them. And we have no evidence that Bundy would ever physically torture anybody. Many times he would want them out cold so that he was a predator, a private predator. He would do what he would want with these women before they were dead, as they were dying, and afterwards. And he didn't want anything going on with them. A lot of times they would be unconscious, but there were some times when he wanted to bring psychological torture to the victims. And this was one of those days. And what he told Hagmeyer is that he killed one in front of the other. And if you can imagine the terror in the one who had to watch the murder of the other one, knowing that that was her fate and there was no way she was going to get out of it. He wasn't always that way, but there were times when he was that way, and it depended on what he wanted at any one moment. However, a lot of activity came out later, and from Lake Sammamish, they began looking. They made composite drawings because other women wouldn't go with Bundy. One woman walked with him to his car, but decided not to go with him. He had asked for help with a sailboat. He used the ruse of, can you help me with my sailboat because my arm was hurting? He had it in a sling. She said, well, there's no boat. And she said, there was no boat, no trailer to put it on. He said, oh, it's up at my parents' house at Issaquah. Well, I can't go. I can't go with you. I'm meeting my husband and family. He said, okay, I'm sorry. And he walked her back. And then that was it. He found another victim. Okay. So people saw him. People saw where his car was parked. So they knew he drove a beige Volkswagen or a light brown Volkswagen. And they also knew that this guy identified himself as Ted. Now, I believe Bundy may have been rethinking this later. He wasn't too worried about it, it doesn't seem. But it is interesting to note that after Lake Sammamish, he went back to nighttime abductions for a while. He moved to Utah, and he abducted, and I'll quickly go through this so we can have a question and answer time. But he abducted Nancy Wilcox at night, sunset there was at 7:08 p.m. He got her after that, maybe closer to 9 o'clock. Melissa Smith, who was the daughter of Chief Lewis Smith of Midvale, Utah, and all these cities, Murray, Midvale, they're all kind of like one big conglomerate. Okay, it's one big metropolitan area of Salt Lake City that runs I-15 runs through there, and State Street. I-15 is the freeway, but State Street runs through these little cities. He was able to abduct her. I found a woman who I interviewed for my book, The Bundy Secrets, who actually knew Bundy and saw him this very night of October 18th, about an hour and a half before he abducted Melissa Smith. And instead of being the really talkative Bundy, she said that she walked in and she was meeting some of her girlfriends at a bar, and they were just going to, sit around, talk, have drinks. As she was going in there, she saw Bundy was he was sitting on a bar stool. He was sipping a drink. Well, very often Bundy would jumpstart himself in the murder through the use of alcohol. I've always wondered why he needed to do that, because he's a very diabolical man, the things he would do to victims. But apparently he didn't need that to jumpstart himself. And in any event, she noticed he wasn't as talkative. He seemed kind of down, but he was already progressing into that altered state of murder. And he was jumpstarting himself by drinking alcohol. Anyway, so they just exchanged a couple of words. She went off, sat at her table. She said the next time she looked over, he was gone. And within about an hour and a half, and only about a mile and a half away, or maybe just a few blocks, I can't remember, I'd have to check my own book, but he encountered, Melissa Smith. And what we think happened is that he went to this place called the Pepperoni Pizza, and she had gone there to meet a friend who worked there. And as she left, Bundy got into his car, followed her, and was able to attack her and abduct her. And again, that was the daughter of Chief Lewis Smith, and Chief Lewis Smith, very good friends with Jerry Thompson of the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office, and in fact would turn the investigation over to Jerry soon after. Okay, so then we have on November 8th, we have the abduction. Sunset on November 8th was 5:16 p.m. Bundy encountered Carol DeRanch at the Fashion Place Mall it was after 7 p.m. And soon after that, and this is the only woman that we know of that actually got away from Bundy, he got her in the Volkswagen. He turned around, went down to like the back of the mall, and he turned left. And within about a minute, he stopped at a place called the McMillan Elementary School, and he attacked her. He was attempting. Carol can't remember. I saw her on the Netflix doc, and she had mentioned that Bundy had got one handcuff on the right wrist and left the other dangling. But what he actually did was he attacked her, put the handcuff on the right wrist, attempted to put the handcuff on the left wrist, actually locked it on the same wrist, which makes the handcuffs obviously useless. She started fighting with him, and she was able to get out of the car. Now, we know he clipped both handcuffs to the right wrist because her report says, and the detective said, when she got here, she got away from Bundy. An old couple picked her up. She was the only person to ever escape from Bundy that we know of that has been validated. It doesn't matter what other women are coming forward now. It doesn't matter. The only validated one we have that escaped Ted Bundy, no matter what happened in those other cases, because they never came forward till years later, is this lady, Carol DeRanch. Well, they got Carol to the police station, and the detective had to remove, and he noted in his report, both handcuffs from the right wrist. But in any event, he missed her. And then here he is in this altered state of murder, and he's not going to go home without a victim. So he jumps in his car. He remembers that the Bountiful High School, the Viewmont High School in Bountiful, he had picked up a brochure 2 weeks earlier about a play going on there. So he heads up to Bountiful. This is a Friday night. He parks in the western parking lot of Bountiful School. He encounters one woman. She doesn't do what he says. she gets away. So he goes in there and exposes himself to 1,500 people in the auditorium and in the hall in front of the auditorium, all these people, to abduct one. He finally is able to abduct Deborah Kent as she's leaving to pick up her brother because the play ran late. The whole family couldn't leave to pick him up. He was at a roller skating rink. And Bundy grabs her and abducts her and, of course, murders her. Okay, so he's back to these nighttime attacks. Then you have, after that, he starts killing, he drove himself out of Seattle, out of Washington State because of all these murders. He found his new killing ground in Utah. And then from there, he branches out to Colorado and Idaho. So on January 12th, he kills Karen Campbell, a nurse from Michigan that's come to the Wildwood Inn. Of course, I found out some additional information about that. And so my book, The Bundy Murders, has just been republished for a second edition. So I have that new information in there about how he actually got Karen. But it was at night. Sunset on March 15th of 1975 was about, that would be about 5:05 p.m. Probably was able to convince Karen Campbell to go with him to the parking lot around maybe 7:30. So it's dark. It's exceedingly cold. Nobody else is out there. He overwhelms her. He knocks her out, puts her in the his VW. Off he goes down to Owl Creek Road, 2.8 miles from the Wildwood Inn, sexually attacks her and kills her. He bashed her in the head and knocked her out. He had sex with her, and he dumped her body right next to the road. He didn't really go very far to dump the body. And she actually died of not just the cranial damage, but exposure. She's nude. And it's like she froze to death. She probably would have died anyway, but it didn't matter. Bundy was finished with her, and he discarded her. Then you have the abduction of Julie Cunningham on March 15th. Again, sundown there was 7:12 p.m. And this was probably 9 o'clock as he got her. Okay. Then you have Denise Oliverson. Now, this is the first daylight abduction, which is going to be in Grand Junction, Colorado. The first daylight abduction that we know of that was a successful abduction since Lake Sammamish. He got her in the late afternoon. Then he did another daylight abduction in Pocatello, Idaho on May 6th, which is the 1-year anniversary of the Kathy Parks killing in 74. But on May 6, 1975, and this is the one case where I found a lot of new information about her death, her murder, that most people did not know. And he got her around noon, okay? And then, of course, he abducted, what they say, Jane Curtis, who was walking back from her room at Provo. She was at Provo. She was at Brigham Young University in Provo at a youth conference. She was a young kid. She wasn't a student there. And she had traveled from Bountiful to this youth conference, and they were having a dinner, and she had these braces on. She wanted to take care of her teeth. So she walked back a quarter mile to her place where she was staying, her dorm. And they say she disappeared in the fading light. So it was almost dark. She had, again, a quarter mile walk on her way back to her friends at this dinner they were having. She just wanted to brush her teeth and take care of her teeth. And she was never seen again. Bundy admitted to her murder right there at the end. And I left out the October 31st abduction of Laura Ann Amy, and she was also in the middle of the night. So Bundy, it looks like Bundy went back to the nighttime attacks. He never talked about it, but I think he believes he overstepped his boundaries, as it were, by attacking somebody, those two women at Lake Sammamish in the middle of the day. We've gone farther. I can see. I feel like I've just touched the surface of this stuff, but this will give you an idea of Bundy the Hunter, his MO, and how these things worked out with him. So we're at 9:50. Well, in my time, we're 2 minutes to being finished.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin, for unhiding the truth behind the Bundy murders. Here we invite our next speaker, Ms. Terri, to speak on unusual work accident forensic challenges in evidence collection. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Some of the topics that I'm going to be covering is, of course, I'm going to introduce myself just a little bit more so I can give you a little bit of background of my specialized training, as well as my affiliations with some of the forensic organizations that I'm involved with. We will review just some fun facts, as I call it, from Los Angeles County Coroner, the office there. I spent some time there, about 3 years, being an assistant in the autopsy floor. At that time, we could do that. And then I'm going to give you the case background, as well as we will view the scene photos, and then, of course, open it up to any type of discussions. There I am. I don't think I've changed too much. I am a university professor. I've been teaching online since about 2012. I'm an adjunct professor at Mount St. Mary's University, and that is a private college in Los Angeles, California, and I teach their criminalistics courses there. I am an educator as well as a mentor to all of my students, trying to guide them and show them the ways, and not only to get a career in forensic science, but what type of education and training is needed to get into forensic science. I am a member and executive board member of SCAFO, which is the Southern California Association of Fingerprint Officers. I've held that position since latter part of December 2019, but I've been a member of that organization for many years, as well as a member of the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification, and the state division of the California division of the IAI, as well as the California Coroner State Organization of Coroners. I've been a contributing writer for several magazines, the latest one being Death Investigator. That was an e-magazine that was produced up until, I think, March of this year. And I've received specialized training, not only in law enforcement, but as well as forensic science. As I said before, I spent some time, and I say that fondly, at the coroner's office. And I have education, not only a master's in forensic science, but I'm in my second year for my PhD in education, specifically in distance learning, because that is, I believe, the way to go when we're conducting training courses and seminars such as this. I am the director of the Forensic Science Academy, which is a hands-on training program located here in Southern California. It offers over 200 hours of hands-on training for students. We have had students from actually all over the world to come to our 6-month program, and that program has been in existence since about 1998. And then around 2012, I decided to do another business, sort of to supplement the hands-on training, and that is Forensic Training Unlimited, which offers online courses for all. So that's a little bit about me. I hope you enjoyed that. That's a picture of me taken not too long ago. I was at a conference and we were trying to figure out what was best, the microsil or the translucent gun. So that was just a fun picture. I've also authored this particular guide for students who are looking to get a career in forensic science. Again, it is quite challenging for students, and I'm sure that if students are here in this presentation, you understand those challenges, and then the experts that are here as well. Hopefully you won't forget how challenging it once was. I think today it's more challenging more than ever. A couple of photos from me when I was at the coroner's office. On the left, obviously that's me. And one of my former students who went through the academy and now is a screenplay writer, and her claim to fame is that she's written a book that acts as a guide for individuals, writers and screenplay writers that want to write correctly in a forensic related event, TV show, things like that. And then again, there's me on the right with another coworker of mine at the coroner's office. One of the things that I must remind everybody, and again, if the experts out there, I'm sure you will agree to this, and students that are out there, is if you remember the ABCs of investigations, you will never be wrong in your investigative process. You want to assume nothing. Okay, don't assume that something has happened when it could be something else. You don't want to believe anyone, believe no one, because you have to do your own investigation, and you want to check everything, because sometimes what it says or what somebody's telling you may not be all absolutely true. I think we've all experienced that. So if you remember your ABCs, then you will make sure that investigative bias doesn't play into your investigative processes. Some of these examples that I use that you're seeing now is I try to tell my students that just because it appears to be that the individual on the right may have been run over, exactly what does that scene tell you? And can you tell from certainty that indeed that's what happened? And usually the students will say, well, of course that's what happened. That's what it looks like. But if that's what it appears to be without additional information, you're kind of left looking and assuming that that may have happened. The picture on the left, usually students will say, you know, hey, I think that's a suicide because there's definitely a note there and it looks peaceful and calm. Again, sometimes what we're seeing is not altogether true. So I just put those examples in just as a reminder to all of you that don't let your presumptions or assumptions guide you in this investigation or whatever investigation you might find yourself in. Even though crime scene investigations and investigators may work by themselves, law enforcement, first responders, we're all part of a team that will go, that the whole goal is to make sure that the scene has been reconstructed and evidence has been collected in a manner that brings together all the aspects of our investigative team. And investigative team can be many, many people, many, many things, witnesses, first responders, of course, detectives, law enforcement, coroner investigators, crime scene investigators, anything and anyone that brings in information to that particular case, because not one person can do it all. And I think we all know it's not like the TV shows that I think we've all been exposed to. I think that's just for entertainment. So as I said before, witnesses, medical personnel, and in this case that I'm going to present, it had to do with workers as well as witnesses that ended or put in information that helped the investigators piece together exactly what had happened or may have happened to this particular individual in the workplace. And the case really takes place, it was an outdoor scene, but the individual who died was working for a city here in Los Angeles County. So it is still considered a workplace accident. Here's some information about LA County coroners, our square miles that LA County covers. It conducts a little bit more than 7,500 autopsies a year. It is quite busy. It's one of the busiest coroner offices here in California. There are other agencies that are busy as well, but LA County's pretty much got the coroner market, if you will, on how many autopsies they do per year. It investigates obviously John and Jane Doe's, and it covers a wide range of all the cities that are located in LA County. We have another county, San Bernardino County, that is quite as busy, Riverside County, as well as Orange County. Those are the ones I'm most familiar with. So again, the processes may be the same, but individual steps, unique training is sometimes very different from agency to agency. Of course, the coroner for LA County, not all medical examiner offices can have or do have their own staff that's related to photography. We have consultants for forensic anthropology, evidence custodians. So most for LA County, and that's what I'm going to focus on, we have specialized subsections of the department that some other coroner offices may not have due to money and personnel and really budget. Sometimes it does come down to budget. Of course, Each coroner's office will examine and investigate natural causes, buried bodies. The one on the picture on the very right was one that I was quite amazed about. I've seen it, and I'm sure you have seen it too. Individuals that have been buried or hidden in areas or in remote areas that people may not suspect. I've seen decedents pushed in and squished in canisters, suitcases, and in that case, a mattress. So it's unique in such a way that you have to not be surprised of what you're seeing. These days, I'm not surprised of anything that comes my way or I'm reading about. It's just that's the nature of unfortunately the business and the expertise that we lend ourselves to. So this case has to do with a wood chipper. If you're not familiar what a wood chipper is, its main purpose is to pulverize in a way all the branches and debris that it's being fed into. So wood chipper, imagine, and I have a picture of it, it has this big mouth and the branches of whatever's being cut is fed through that mouth, and then it's pulverized and it's shoot out into another area. And in this particular case, it was the debris was put into being shot into a truck, a collection truck. The wood chipper in question is a commercial grade wood chipper. There's smaller ones for personal use if you're living out in an area that you need to cut down these branches and trees. And then in this case, a commercial one, which is much bigger. Let me show you that picture. It looks something like this, similar to this. Over here is where it's actually shooting out all the debris, okay? And here is the mouth, if you will, of the wood chipper itself. So branches, limbs are fed into here. It goes through this process. There's a big rotating drum and it's shot out through here, usually again into another collection device. And in this case, it was this big truck. So here is the case background. Our decedent, Mr. Rafael Jimenez, he worked as a tree trimmer for a city here in California for many, many years. And his primary duties were to collect the branches and the debris that was being trimmed from another individual that was on a cherry picker. And that's a elevated platform, and that raises an individual up to the tree length, the height. So they worked in tandem. An individual was usually on that cherry picker, trimming the tree branches, cutting the tree branches and the limbs, and then that debris would fall, and then Mr. Jimenez would take that debris, those branches, those limbs, and feed it into the wood chipper. So in that type of environment, one person couldn't do it themselves. They needed that partner to do it. So those two individuals did work well together, and they worked for a very, very long time. This case takes place April 2008. So many years ago, about 20 years ago, maybe not that much, 2008, in April. So there were two eyewitnesses to this case. One was Charles Stroud. He was the actual driver of a vehicle that was passing by. So let me set up, before I get into that, let me set up the scene. So you have Mr. Jimenez and the wood chipper on the ground, and then you have Mr. Jimenez's work partner up on a cherry picker up high, trimming those branches and those limbs. The limbs would be falling. Mr. Stroud and this is taking place in a residential area with nice homes. And the two individuals, again, worked for a city called Inglewood, California, here in LA County. So Mr. Stroud is driving by. It's in the morning, driving by, and he witnesses that at one point, Mr. Jimenez is there, and in the flash of just a blink of an eye, he's gone. Mr. Stroud pulls over, gets out, and starts yelling up top to the coworker on the cherry picker. Hey, listen, you know what? Come on down, come on down. Now, the coworker, he's got his headphones on because again, he is using equipment to cut the branches, right? So you've got to protect your hearing. He comes on down, and where is Mr. Jimenez? They look inside the wood chipper mouth and they can see blood, okay, blood and debris. It is at that point that first responders, law enforcement were called. There is another witness. He is a crossing guard, but again, none of those two individuals actually saw Mr. Jimenez going into or being pulled into the wood chipper. So even though they didn't see the actual event, these two individuals did have information for the investigators in order to provide a guidance, if you will, exactly what may have happened. Now, at this point, we only know two things. One is that Mr. Jimenez was working, right? And two, he is now gone. Now, we could safely assume that something has happened because when you looked into, and I will show you the pictures, you looked into the mouthpiece of the wood chipper, there's blood, debris, and tissue, right? So again, are you going to assume that something that Mr. Jimenez went in there? Our common sense will tell us yes, but on an investigative point, you have to be thorough and you have to investigate what the facts are telling you. So again, we can, common sense tells us yes, that something has happened. Preliminary discovery and investigation, the body of Mr. Jimenez is wrapped in that wood chipper. And the first responders, as I said before, and I will again show you the scene pictures, they discovered debris, tissue, and blood all over that wood chipper entrance of the mouth. So at this point, we only know that Mr. Jimenez is now missing. This case will profile or give you, as I said before, a bird's eye view of what happened on the coroner side, not the crime scene investigation side. Because in this case, there were more investigators than you would suspect because again, since it's a workplace accident, they have their own set of investigators, correct? First responders, they're going to investigate that as well. And then on the backside for decedents, we have the medical legal investigators, the coroner investigators. So I always say when I present this, please note the time. We're at 21:20 on April 8th, 2008. The pictures will show you as we move forward in the case, exactly how long it took. I mean, this was many, many hours. So let me just kind of describe what is going on here. You see, again, this is on the back end. Here is the wood chipper. And at this point, stations were set up so the attendants and criminalists of the coroners, they could start sifting through and sorting through the tree debris, the branches, and anything that was coming from that wood chipper, because we are looking for human tissue, bone fragments, any type of identification, personal identification items, anything of that we could determine and solidify that this indeed was Mr. Jimenez, because we need to make sure that we identify definitely his ID, because we can't assume that was Mr. Jimenez, right? Logic tells us, but again, we need to do our due diligence and make sure that indeed what was him. Here is the picture, both of these, is the actual truck. Again, remember, as I point out here, this is the chute of the wood chipper, and this is where all the debris is coming from and shooting into the opening of this truck. This is the scene, this is the scene. Now, in large pieces of evidence, because the truck is considered a piece of evidence, as well as the wood chipper is considered a piece of evidence, these two items needed to be transported to the coroner's office because we're not going to do any type of investigations on a residential street, right? That could introduce cross-contamination, let alone the people who might be interested in, we call them here in California, the looky-loos. They'll stop in the middle of the freeway to look what has happened on the other side of the freeway, and then that causes more collisions and accidents. So you have to look and be mindful of all that. But again, because these are two large pieces of evidence, they needed to be transported, and they were, to the coroner's office. So then we could do our own investigation there. And what you're looking at is part of the process. They're sifting through and looking for any bone fragments, tissue, and then using old school methods, right? The best one is buckets, okay? And then these buckets would be taken to another station where more sifting, more observation, more picking out of any type of personal identification that could add to the investigation. This is one of the trucks for the coroner's office. We have some new ones now, but again, you can see part of the wood chipper here. And both the truck and the wood chipper, they were transported to the rear of the coroner's office because you don't want to call attention to what we might be doing processing wise in the front. Because again, people are curious about that. Unauthorized people might be looking and taking pictures. And I think it goes without saying, when you're investigating a case and there's media around, cameras, cell phones, you have to compose yourself and be as professional as possible, because if they see you smiling or you're hearing a joke, because sometimes you need levity in cases, and you're laughing, that you don't want to be that person captured on camera. So we want to do it as discreetly as possible. Again, note the time, we're at 21:21. So you see here the actual wood chipper and just some more of the processes that were taken in order to collect the evidence in the manner that it was found in. And just another shot of the buckets that were used. But it was a painstaking process that took many, many hours, because you need, like I said, you need to imagine that mixed with grass, leaves, wood, there is body tissues, body fluids, remnants, clothing. So it was quite a painstaking endeavor that obviously needed to be done in order to gain as much evidence as possible for this case. Because I tell my students, you've got to look forward. You don't know where this case might be going. You don't know if it's going to go into litigation. And that is what all the cases, because your primary duty, let's say as a crime scene investigator, is to collect, process, document, or report. But then you may not be called upon to testify until years afterwards. So you focus in on the primary duties for that case at that time, and then you're called on to another case. So in a sense, that's what the coroner investigators do as well. You can't focus on what the aspects might happen immediately, but you have to be mindful that those processes, the next step, meaning case litigation, may or may not happen. So you need to be thorough as much as possible in whatever case you are doing. So you see the drum here, and just again, some tree branches and some tree leaves here. And we get some closer shots, we can see that drum, and we start seeing some bodily tissue, right? Blood stains. So the drum is this thing, it's this constant moving, because it's pushing the branches and the tree leaves, pushing it through, so it can be pulverized in order to get this dust, mist in smaller pieces in order to be shot out into, in this case, the truck. Here is the actual drum that you're seeing. Again, it's mixed with tree branches, and now we start seeing tissue of various sorts and to degrees, and of course, blood. It is everywhere in this chipper and in this drum. The problem was you need to collect the drum to get collect the evidence, but you need to get the drum out. The city of Inglewood, as well as the technicians who maintain this machine, did not want to take a hold of that. So they had to actually call the manufacturer of the wood chipper in order for them to take apart the wood chipper and get this drum out. And I have a video of them getting the drum out for you. More close-up shots. So the challenges of this type of case are twofold: getting large pieces of evidence into a processing area, and two, collecting evidence which you may not know what you're looking at. At this point, yes, we can see that there is tissue, bodily fluid, blood, but to put together and put a bigger picture on exactly what you might be looking at this point, that is a bigger challenge that no one could actually solve, only because, again, a wood chipper, its main purpose is to pulverize. And as we go through the pictures, you can see this pulverization and the stretching and pulling and just pulling away the tissue. So unfortunately, to see what you might be collecting was not very clear. As the pictures go on, you will see a more definition of some of the evidence, the body evidence, but you can also see here, it's all caked together, pressed together with this drum, and it's all rotated in this drum. Also in this picture, you can see a little bit of something that I will discuss a little bit later. You can see the pictures, but just keep this item in mind. But you can see it all over here. So the purpose is you need to get this drum out. And again, nobody wanted to volunteer for that. Just some more pictures, more scenes of the actual blood stain evidence and how the tissue, especially on the left, was put in or found in all around the drum, as well as in the nooks and crannies. So again, the branches and things like that, because they are of a solid texture, they're being pushed through, but tissues, because they're more pliable, it's everywhere. It was everywhere in this drum. More pictures here. You can start seeing just the depth of how and where and everywhere these samples, these pieces of evidence were found. And it took a while, because if you can imagine, it's not just in a concentrated place. Let's say, for example, you're a crime scene investigator, you go into a room and there's an individual who committed suicide. Of course, the bloodstain evidence, the bloodstain patterns, and the blood spatter is just contained in that room. But here in this case, it was everywhere. It was on the drum, in the truck, outlining the truck, right outside of where the individual was pulled through. I mean, it was just everywhere. So again, the primary purpose for the coroner's office is to take pictures and document the evidence as it was found in the chipper as well as in the truck. So there's another part of the story, is that there's another part of investigators that are doing their part, interviewing the witnesses, obviously notifying the family, notifying City of Inglewood. So they have their own part in the investigation. And because this is a workplace accident, again, there's another set of investigators as well. The picture on the right, please take notice and concentrate on that. It just shows how much of that tissue was found in the chute. the chute that was coming out of, that was going into the other truck. And I show these pictures it's not for obviously entertainment, but to show you the challenges that all of us face as investigators, whether you're in crime scene or as a coroner investigator, trying to piece together, no pun intended, of what exactly happened in this particular case or in the cases that you're assigned to. As we get deeper and deeper into the wood chipper, you can see more and more of the tissue that was collected and in mass and bulk. Now we're looking down into the chipper itself, and you see, as I pointed out a couple of photos ago, you start seeing items, evidence of some pieces that you can recognize, like clothing, things like that. So, and that is important because you want to, again, our primary purpose is to identify this individual, which we assume, and logically we can assume it's Mr. Jimenez because he is, again, nowhere to be found, and he started working on this wood chipper, you know, for doing his daily duties. Just the massive amount of tissue here. Just another screenshot, pictures, again, using buckets collected. It was brought to this particular area, and then painstakingly, you have to start sorting through each. The amount of tissue, and in this case, clothing, we have to clear that drum. That was the purpose. We have to clear the drum. Because once that drum was out, then we could find and get and collect more evidence as well. So you can see blood. This is where the wood chipper is. You can see it, and here you can see the chute here, and then again here. So there was another case that you should all be aware of. It was the Helene Crafts case. That was a wood chipper case as well. Helene, I think Helene Crafts and Richard Crafts, they were married and not in a very happy marriage. And she decided to divorce him. And lo and behold, he rented a wood chipper. He killed his wife, rented a wood chipper, and chipped her body through in the middle of a snowstorm. And I believe he was just recently released from prison, I believe a couple of months ago. So those are the only two, this case and that, the Helene Crafts case are probably the two cases that I'm most familiar with with the use of a wood chipper. I'm sure there's many others, but that those were the two ones that I referenced to. You can see the picture on the right. This is one of the chute holes that the pictures that I had seen before with all the blood and the tissue debris. And please note the time. We're now the next day, almost at 2 a.m. Okay? So that's how long it took to get as much evidence as possible from this particular event. Because you want to make sure that not only do you collect all the evidence belonging to this individual, and I'm meaning his body parts and tissues, but you need to make sure that your investigative process is thorough as well. You don't want to leave any of that behind. And honestly, I don't know what happened with the wood chipper. I don't know if it went back to city of Inglewood, but for a while, obviously it's considered evidence, so we needed to keep that. It's just a short video. So let me just play it again, because you have to see that these workers, they don't belong to the coroners. These are the actual individuals that were called upon to take apart this wood chipper. So the drum is out, and then that gives us the affordability to collect even more tissues. More of what was collected. Just a very sorry state of events. This individual did not need to lose his life, and I will explain the litigation that happened afterwards, because you would suspect that there should be some litigation that was followed through. Here is the actual chute, it coming out. And again, you can see the blood stain, tissues, and more of the same that what I've described previously. And you can see the actual chipper, the back. Again, they've taken out the drum, and this is the shooting part that shoots into the truck. The drum is out, as I said before, and again, you see it mixed with blood and tree remnants. And that could not have been done by a technician because, again, the technicians weren't aware, the coroner technicians weren't aware, and nor did they have any knowledge how to take this drum out. It needed an expert from the actual wood chipper manufacturer. So that's why I said that sometimes your investigative team includes people that normally may not be even thought of. So the eyewitnesses in this case, as well as the technicians that maintain the wood chipper, those are part of the investigative team, right? Because they can give you the information that you need. You know, who knows the intricacies and the operating system and how the whole machinery is for a wood chipper? I mean, I don't know. After this case, I have somewhat knowledge, but I'm not the expert as these individuals were. So who would know how to take the drum out and disassemble the wood chipper? So that you have to call on other people to help you in your investigative process. Just some more pictures of the technicians that helped in this particular scene. We have the coroner individuals here in the blue, I'm sorry, the light blue, and then the technicians that were called upon for to assist. And please, again, let's note the time. We're at 3:25. Okay, that's a long time. As we go deeper into, and now, as I said, the drum is out, we can start now seeing what appears to be and actually the clothing of Mr. Jimenez mixed with tissue evidence and tree debris and tree trunks and just leaves and things like that. And let me get you a closer view, because the thing is, it's important to note, as this picture shows, you have to identify that this indeed was Mr. Jimenez. The best way we were looking for is a fingerprint. What were the chances of that? Very low. But most uniforms we have our names on it. I know the uniform that I wear has my name on it and a particular number that's associated with my account, because they scan our uniforms for inventory control. So with the number that you see on these pictures, that can be traced back to Mr. Jimenez's account, uniform account, and then that can give a great sample or source of personal identification. Because at this point, again, we know that Mr. Jimenez is missing. Logically, we can say he was pulled through the wood chipper, but we need that confirmation for personal identification. And this is what this happened, and then this also added to identifying Mr. Jimenez. And you want to take this type of photos because you want to show documentation that, yes, this is what we found. And his uniform was there, as well as his boots, his shoes, his work shoes, I'm sorry. They're steel-toed shoes, so those were not pulverized. And then his underwear, because you go back to, in this case, the wife and say, Mrs. Jimenez, what type of underwear did your husband wear? Do you have others that he had worn? And you can kind of match that up to see if that indeed was him. And that gives you more evidence to link what you've collected to the person that it belongs to. Again, the picture on the right, his feet were intact. ankles were intact because it's sheared off there. There's another picture of that. Okay. So, and that was found in the wood chipper as well. It's important to note, again, you're in the mindset that I need to see whether or not this case is going to be moving forward, and I'll probably be a part of that. So you want to be mindful and look forward to the aspects of a conclusion of a case. It might not happen at that point, but it's going to happen. So you want to take, obviously, the pictures of the bottom of the shoes. We always do that because you want to see if there's any type of damage, any type of slippage. If indeed, hey, do these shoe impressions match up a shoe impression that was found at the scene? You know, those types of things. So you can see on the picture on the right, you see some clothing remnants from his underwear, and then of course the bottom of his shoes. And please note that all these pictures, we did not take that his feet are still intact, enclosed in the shoes. You don't want to do that without really the forensic pathologist there, because again, this is all pieces of evidence.
Thank you, Terry, for such a wonderful lecture. Now I invite Dr. Carlos to speak upon crime scene investigation and new technologies. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for your invitation. Thank you all of you for being here with me in this conference. I hope you will enjoy it. So I will start sharing. You can see it right now, right?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, perfect. So again, thank you so much for this invitation. I'm really happy to be with you guys. My goal for today is teach you a little bit about the crime scene investigation and the new technologies you can use during the crime scene processing and the crime scene investigation itself. So I'm a member also from the International Association for Identification and also from the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. So there you go. That are my social media. So if you want to keep in contact with me or with True Forensic Science, it's the institution I work. I'm working as a forensic scientist, also as a science director. So feel free to reach us using the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, or my YouTube channel. So also, if someone speaks Spanish, I have a podcast in Spotify and all the platforms for podcasts, so you can listen to this show. So also, True Forensic Science is the official seller from Lampley company. This is a company who produce and made forensic product. So also, if you need to have some element for your work, please send an email to anna@trueforensicscience.com. So she will be happy to send you the catalog and all the information related with the forensic product. Okay, during this conference, we will talk in 6 and 7 points. First of all, we will talk about crime scene processing. After the 6th step of the crime scene processing, we need to know the basis of the crime scene investigation, the CSI mandate, the evidence, the interpretative value of the evidence. And after that, after we know everything and we have the basis of what is the crime scene investigation is, we will talk about the new technologies and a few conclusions after that. And of course, we will talk, and I will be happy to answer all your questions. Okay, the first point, as I explained you before, is the crime scene processing. And the crime scene processing, if someone and you talk about and you say, okay, I'm working as a crime scene investigator, the first thing people think it is in this guise, and TV shows, and CSI, NCIS, whatever, all the shows you can see on TV, everybody asks that. I mean, for me, for example, they ask me a lot about Hawaii Five-O, the TV show on Magnum, because this is filmed in Hawaii, so it's the same. Of course, this is glamorous because it's Hollywood or it's a big TV shows. So sometimes the reality is not even close, especially because on TV you solve all the crimes. That's never happening in real life. So we will talk about a little bit about this because we need to approach us or try to keep as close as we can as on TV, meaning we need to try to get all the evidence as much as we can, interpret all the evidence as much as we can with all our knowledge, and also using the technology for provide all this evidence to the court. So the crime scene investigation is basically the examination and the evaluation of the scene. So we need to evaluate and understand what's going on in the scene. We need to understand, and we need to think a lot, and also pretty much all time we need to think always outside the box. We need to recover the physical evidence and documenting all this process in the place. And also we need to understand it's never a single right way to processing and to work in the scene. Could be the same kind of crime, but sometimes you need to use so different process at the time. So it's really important. We need to understand, according to the new ISOs 21043 published in 2018. In the first one, because our three, we will talk more about a little bit in the next slide. But in the first one, we have the definition of the scene. That means if the ISOs define this, is because it's standardized for all the world. So that is one important evolution of the forensic sciences. We there started to standardize all the terms or terminology related with forensic science or crime scene investigation. That is really important. I don't know, under my experience, especially in India, in Europe, or all the English speaker country, it's not a big deal, the terminology, because you have books, everything. But here in Latin America, who the people don't speak the language, it's a huge stuff, the terminology, because they create new terminology, and the problem is it's not even close with the standardized terminology. So this is good to know. In 2018, the ISOs, the 21043, standardize all the terms related with the forensic sciences. And in the one is important for us in this, for this presentation, is the scene. What's the definition of the scene? Is a place that is subject or required a forensic examination. And of course, they say 3.9, so you can jump in the ISOs to the 3.9 and say the definition for examination. The first note for this definition is a crime scene, a common description from the scene. That is, that means they recognize this term crime scene, as we use it at crime scene investigation, is a value term. And also the second note is really important because they recognize the scene can be a person or an animal. They don't say live or dead, so doesn't matter. So they are recognized since 2018 as an crime scene as well. So we need to develop and we need to processing this scenes, person or animal, as a scene itself. So it's really important because there are amazing resources of evidence, this kind of scenes. So Also in the second, on the ISOs 21043 1 and 2, in the number 2, they explain and they provide this chart. So they create this requirement or this general requirement. So for explaining everything regarding with this scenario. So the first step is scene control, examination, and recording. We will talk in the few next slides. The item collection, the analysis, and this is good, especially the analysis as so on, because they include the ISOs number 3, but the number 3 is under development yet, so you cannot have access yet for this resource. And also the interpretation is the number 4, and the reporting is the ISO number 5. So if you see all these requirement, everything is now standardized, and probably it will be in the near future. So everybody who have the doubt, okay, how I need to do this, or how is the best way to do a report, for example, you need to check the ISO's number 5 is still, of course, under development. So when it's finished, you can check it and follow the steps is in these ISOs. So it's really important. Everybody can understand. You have these resources. It's just Google it. ISOs 21043. Paid for the fee for having this resource, and you have all the resources updated, and you can provide the service for your work totally updated, of course. Okay, the second point for this presentation is the 6 steps of the crime scene processing, or the crime scene processing steps. And we use 6 basic activities you need to do always in the crime scene investigation. This is basics: the assessing, observing, documenting, searching, collecting, and processing or analyzing the evidence. This is the right order to do it, this processing. So please don't jump from the number 1 to the number 6 or the number 5, and after you go to number 3. No, you need to follow 1 to the 6. So because that will make the huge difference between the order or the chaos in your crime scene investigation. So we will talk about each point really, really briefly. The first one is assessing, is when you arrive to the crime scene and you need to check what is going on in the scene, what you have in your scene, and you need to check everything, and you need to understand, okay, what is going to be my organization with my team for this kind of the crime scene, what kind of resources I have. I need more resources, I need more expert. Everything you need to figure out in this point, in the assessing, is a really, really first step. So after you have all this organization done, you can go to the next step. And the next step is the observing. It's an initial walkthrough, doing at the crime scene, using all your sense, and you need to start taking notes from everything. I mean, everything you have, everything related with what you are seeing, you need to figure out, you need to do it, because you start your work. This is a second step. You already started your work, and you need to go on. The third step is the documenting. This is a crucial part of the processing of the crime scene, because here you are taking all the notes, all the photograph, all the video, and all the sketches you need to do for your crime scene. Everything, and everything need to be related each other. So the notes need to be related with the photograph, or with the video or with the sketch, because everything, all what you are collecting or you are documenting in this step is gonna be in court in the future, and you need to show in court what's happened that day, what you did that day, so people who never been in the crime scene know what's happened. They can have the idea of your crime scene, and you can explain that based, of course, in your notes or the photograph and so on. The fourth step is the searching. The searching, of course, process is because you are looking for evidence. That is the most obvious part. You need to looking for evidence, but also you can search pattern, and these patterns can be related with fire or bloodstain patterns or deep trail, whatever. Any patterns you can see in your scene, you need to check it and prove it, and of course documenting that patterns. The fifth step is collecting. So you collect physical evidence for preservation, of course, of the evidence, or for further analysis. And this further analysis done, meaning you can do it, the analysis in your lab when you arrive, or when you come back from the crime scene, or even you can collect or preserve this evidence for further analysis. I don't know, in 10 more years or 50 or 30 more years. That's happened in a lot of cases, especially when the technology is not well developed yet, but you can keep the evidence in the right, proper way, and you can analyze it in the future. So remember, it's a lot of cases right now is under review, because now we have the DNA profiling or the different kind of technology you don't have, I don't know, 30 years ago. So it's the same. You always need to think in the future. What happens if I collect this evidence? I can keep it, and we need to keep it in the perfect way. And the final step in the crime scene investigation is the analyzing or processing at the scene. This part can be in both the places, on the scene, on the scene, and also at the lab. In the scene, you can processing, you can do forensic reconstruction as well in the scene, because you need to, I don't know, shooting reconstruction or bloodstain pattern reconstruction and so on. You need to reconstruct everything at the scene. Why this process is the last one? Because this process is really invasive. This process can be destroy a lot of part of the evidence, of your crime scene, and that never come back again. So that's why it's the last step, because you need to handling stuff, moving stuff around. So that's why it's the last one. Also, you can processing or analyzing your evidence at the lab. And that is because in the scene, you don't have the resources, or you don't have the technology to do it on the crime scene. Of course, always is the ideal scenario is doing everything at the crime scene under my perspective, but always you have evidence you cannot processing at the scene, so you need to come back to the lab. The good thing of the lab is a really good control is a control environment, so you can control everything, temperature, your work time, everything is really nice to work on lab. Of course, you can have more expert if you need it, but you can never come back to the original crime scene. So that is a pro and cons for doing at the scene or in the lab. Okay, for the third point of this presentation is the CSI mandate. This mandate is because we need to be always objective, always we need to looking for the truth. As a scientist, we are our loyalty is with the science, not with people. So we need to avoid any kind of bias. We need to be worried about, of course, always we will have pressure under us or shoulders made of other people to help or to solve the crime, or in the opposite way. Never we need to act in emotion. If you need to cry because the scene is really sad, that's happened sometimes. Take your time, cry for a few seconds. That's it. Come back to work. Never work in emotion, because it's gonna be really bad for you and also for your work. But we need to understand also we have the truth versus the justice, and sometimes are not the same. But that is a part of the deal to work in this, to have this kind of job. Okay, the fourth point is the evidence. We're really good on timing, and I think we're kind of fast. The evidence, we need to understand what is evidence. Everybody talk about evidence, everything here, everything over there. What is evidence? What evidence mean? And the evidence is really easy to understand because it's anything. Evidence can be anything that help to prove or disprove in a fact in contention. Usually is in a jury's contention. So the evidence can help you to prove or disprove a fact. That's simple. That's it. So if you are in the street and you see the street wet, probably the fact you can say is that is evidence to you can say last night rain, or a few minutes ago rain in this place because all the streets are wet. So that is kind of one evidence, easy of course to understand, but that is one kind of the evidence. And you have two kind of evidence, two types of the evidence. You have the testimonial evidence, and also you have and this testimonial evidence are a statement made by people. That mean witness statement, victim statement, suspect statement. The problem with this statement or this testimonial evidence is subjective. So you can forget the stuff, you can change your testimonial evidence whatever anytime you want. You can say I don't remember, and you can help other with the testimony if you change your testimonial evidence. So that's why it's subjective. It's useful, of course, it's recognized for all courts in the world, but that are the issues the testimonial evidence have. And also you have the other type of evidence is called physical evidence. The physical evidence is the evidence we work every single day, every single time at the crime scene. And this, the difference with the testimonial evidence is the physical evidence is real. You can touch it, you can see it, you can prove that evidence one and again in different places, and all people need to get the same results. Of course, it's to follow the same procedure. Unlike the person, this physical evidence doesn't lie because they cannot talk. I mean, they cannot lie because always they say the same answer. They provide you the same answer. It's totally objective. So that's why it helps us. And also this physical evidence can help to support or refute the testimonial evidence. That's why it's important. They complement each other. The physical evidence complement the testimonial evidence. The testimonial evidence complement the physical evidence. But also the physical evidence has a small issue because it's analyzed by people. So that people, if they make mistakes, analyze it, of course, can get a wrong result. So that's why the expert who analyze this evidence need to have all the experience, need to have all the training related with, or to have it the best way to analyze this evidence. Okay, the fifth point is the interpretative value of the evidence and the evidence in context. And we will talk a little bit about this in this point. I can have a whole complete class for this specific topic, but I can reduce all of this in a few slides for you. All this evidence have a specific value. All the every evidence we need to think as a small piece in a puzzle, and all the evidence is a piece of the puzzle, and we need to start collecting and put all these pieces together. What is the difficulties for doing this? Sometimes you have missing pieces. Sometimes you don't have a picture of the outside or the reference picture of your scene. You never have that in the crime scene. And also you can have more than one puzzle. So that's why that is one of the big issue. Try to do it this big puzzle. And we have different values of the evidence in the scene and also for interpretate. And these are 5, and we will talk from each of them now. So first, we have this evidence in context, and this evidence in context. Sorry, the first one is all the predictable effect. The predictable effect are any change to the scene or the evidence that happen in a summer rhythm or with a regularity. We know it, and these provide us at the moment we analyze this evidence and at time of the reference. So for example, if I have a dead body in my scene, I know it, this person who lost the life will have some changes with some rhythm or regularity in the scene. Rigor mortis, livor mortis, forensic entomology, some insect will be around. So I can predict that if this have this phenomenon right now, I know within a few more hours, I will have another one and this one and so on. So I can predict that, and that can help me to create a timeline regarding with the crime, the investigation in the scene. So that's why it's important, this predictable effect. The unpredictable effect is a second evidence in context. These are any changes happen at the scene, but they are totally unexpected. Is I didn't know it's gonna happen. Sometimes some people can open the door or close the door and the original way was open, or the light was off and the original was on, or start raining or whatever. Everything are unpredictable. For example, if I have some paramedics coming to the crime scene to try to save the life of the victim, of course they will handling and the victim moving stuff around. All this unpredictable effect sometimes create some misinterpretation or can give me some value that doesn't exist at the moment of the scene, and I can create a misinterpretation. So that's why it's important to have all the information in your hands when you arrive or when you are working on the scene. How many I don't know, paramedic came, or is a firefighter work here in this scene, or whatever other people, or how many people go inside the scene, etc. all this unpredictable effect, in some point, in some way, you can control it with having this information, but sometimes it's totally impossible. That's why it's called unpredictable. We have the transitory effects. The transitory effects are really, really good for create a timeline or time reference, because, for example, if you have a glass of water with ice, the ice is still there. I mean, it's not melt yet. So that provide you a really short period from someone put this glass with water with ice in that crime scene. So, for example, that is the most clear example of this transitory effect. For example, if you touch the engine of the car or the motor of the car, and it's still warm, that means someone drove that car and parking in that spot. You touch it in really close time. So that transitory effect provide you a lot of good information, especially with time. The relational details between the evidence is when you have some evidence in the scene, and that evidence is related with the next one, and with the next one, and with the next one, and so on. So you can predict this relationship because of the nature of the evidence, and that add value of what you have. For example, they can positionate someone in some specific place, or moving in other place, or probably for example, if you have something at the scene, or in a clear area or void area, as I call that effect in the blood stain pattern, that means someone removed something. So after the crime, so that relational detail provide you a lot of information. And we have functional details. You need to understand the normal operational way from that specific item. So I put two examples here, two pictures. Really, the one with the firearm is what is not in good operational condition, so it's probably not the best way to do 2 or 3 shots continuum. So that is a good, or that is an information you need to understand related with the functional way for this equipment. Or for example, in a gate, is the lock doesn't work. Also, you can get that information because it's broke before, or someone broke it after the crime, or someone go inside the crime scene with the keys from the home. That means it's someone related with someone who live in the home. So all this information can help you to get your hypothesis from the scene and prove or disprove some facts in the scene. So that's why are important. The evidence in context can help you to answer all these questions: what it is, what function did serve at the crime scene, what relationship with other items at the scene have this element, or what is the timing and sequencing info you can have from the scene in this specific point, or with this specific evidence. So that's why it's are important, everything. And this is the evidence linked triangle. So this triangle basically is what the local principles say, that every contact leave a trace. So you have the suspect, the victim at the crime scene related each other with the evidence. So when you have some of this part missing from the evidence, so for example, you miss sometime, I mean, the most usual part is when you miss the suspect at the crime scene. Of course, is the way you can collect or link the other two parts of the triangle to try to get the third one done. So that is our job, try to put all these pieces of the puzzle together to complete this evidence triangle. Okay, so we're going for our last point today, and we will talk about new technologies. First of all, one of the most popular new technologies, I know it and I use in my work in the crime scene, is a laser total scan station or the total station. Depending of the name of the brand, of course, this name change, but basically this laser create or scan the crime scene in a few seconds or in a few minutes. Created a lot of dots in the scene. Is like a radar and sonar. They create these dots with the distance, and it's really useful because you can save a lot of time doing the sketching part. This machine do everything, so you don't need to do the sketching in the old-fashioned way with a pen, a piece of paper with a pen, take the measurement. But the one thing with this equipment are kind of expensive, so you don't have, not all agencies have access to this kind of equipment, but are really, really useful because you can create a 3D image of everything. You can show this in court. Everybody can understand. You can recreate, and you can be in and the scene, of course, several times, and you can watch all of these all times you need for reconstruct your scene in the future. Awesome tool. A new tool I used at the university a lot. We have this equipment specifically what I show you here. This is a 360 camera. 360 camera is a great tool to recreate and photograph all your scene in real time. So you can get this 360 photograph of everything is around your scene. I have, of course, I have this equipment in the university, and also I have a normal 360 camera. Are awesome tool. I play a lot with this equipment. I love it because you can see everything what happened around. Probably they also, you can use it inside or indoor scenes. That means, for example, inside a car or inside a room or outdoor scene as well, like I put in this picture. So they provide you a lot of information. You can watch this image. Also, you can use this VR goggles, so you can show it in court as well, or you can analyze in VR image as well. So I love this kind of equipment. It's really, really important. Both are complementary. The total station, the scan total station, complement, of course, the 360 photography, and the photography, of course, complement the other one. So if you don't have access for the total scan station, you can have access much cheaper, of course, from this 360 photography equipment, and you can provide a new tool for your report, a new element, and a new view from everything, and you can show it in court or in your report. This is again, is an awesome tool. Of course, the alternate light source are a great tool, a great element for, and also a basic element for working the crime scene, for the fluids and everything related with that. Now we're moving forward from the light to the laser in this kind of equipment. It's are kind of a little bit more expensive, but it still works really awesome, much better. Of course, we can detect the best, much better the wavelengths, and of course you can detect the photography, the element really well. Also, you have now some equipment on the market. You can develop fingerprint without finger powder. So that is kind of awesome, good as well, because you don't need to put a lot of powder, especially the black one, because the black powder is a mess and you can always get dirty with that. So using this specific light or some specific equipment, new equipment, you avoid create this mess at the crime scene, and you use different lights and you can see the finger marks in different surface, so you can photograph immediately. It's really fast and is a great tool as well. So I have double this presentation, this slide. So as a conclusion for ending my presentation, you need to always follow the methodology of the crime scene investigation. To have success in your process, you have to have success. To be successful in your crime scene investigation, you need to follow the methodology. It's a science. You need to follow the steps of this science. Also, you need to identify the evidence and all the interpretation of this evidence is crucial. So it doesn't matter if you collect all the evidence in the world in the crime scene, but if you don't have the knowledge or if you don't know who interpret this evidence, doesn't work. So you need to have the knowledge. You need to be always be trained. To be a successful crime scene investigator, you need to mix the knowledge, the experience, and your skills, your personal skills. And also the technology help you to improve all of these three specific skills I just mentioned. So the technology are awesome, are really good, but you need to have the basic knowledge first to use it, to use the technology, because it's the same. You can have a Ferrari in your home, but if you don't have the driving license or you never drove a car before, it doesn't work. I mean, that is a huge difference. I mean, you can have the awesome equipment, but if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't work in that way. So thank you so much for your time.
It was amazing to hear from you, Dr. Carlos. Now I request Professor R.K. Gorea to speak upon introduction and development of forensic nursing science. Over to you, sir.
So this was the person I was talking about, Pai Kanaiya, and about that I have told, and all of you know, you will know this picture. So you will identify Florence Nightingale, Lady with the Lamp, who is the first nurse in 2 centuries back. And she was also a forensic nurse because she was also taking care of victims of war. And in the modern days, is Virginia Lynch. She is the mother of forensic nursing science. In USA, when she was studying, she observed that successful prosecution rate is very less, especially in the sexual crimes. So she researched on that, and she did her post-graduation in 1984 about the forensic nursing science. And then at that time, it was not a recognized discipline. Then in 1986, her university recognized it as a discipline. And again in 1991, American Academy of Forensic Sciences recognized this discipline of forensic nursing science. And in 1992, International Association of Forensic Nurses was formed. And that is how the forensic nursing spread in the USA. So now we say, what are the places or what are the conditions where we can use forensic nursing? So I am talking most of these aspects from the Indian perspective because the laws are different in every country. The situation is different in every country. And for every country, the things have to be individualized. So, but most of the things, 80 to 90%, they will remain common. And the situations where knowledge and skills both will be required. So it is the forensic postmortem examination, forensic traumatology, forensic toxicology, and the sexual assault cases. So in postmortem examination, how the forensic nurses, they are going to play their role. It is most important how the dead body is received. You go to any place, so the first impression is how the things are when at the reception. If the things are good at the reception, then probably you think that everything is going to be good here. So same is in the mortuary. The reception at the mortuary is usually poor in most of the places at India because only the class 4 patients, class 4 employees who are not educated sometimes at all, they are receiving these dead bodies and these documents. So if the forensic nurses are there, they can do it in a very good way. Then another important thing is that persons who are accompanying the dead body, how they feel. Because mother of someone has died, son of someone has died, husband of someone has died, and they are in such a traumatic situation. And usually the doctors don't have the time to take to talk to them in a comfortable way because usually they have so many cases to do. And if the forensic nurses are there, they can do this job in a very good manners. When forensic nurses are going to do this thing, going to help in the postmortem examination, they must know what are the aims and objectives of postmortem examination, like identification, like finding the cause of death, like finding what the weapon has been used, and how this procedure is carried out. In all the disciplines, in medical science, doctors are having trained assistant in the form of nurses. But I think this is the only branch where we are not having any trained assistants. And it is again those class 4s and all that. Technicians are not available. So they can replace those persons and can be very helpful in these situations. And when the doctor has completed the report, these documents, when they have been prepared, they can be handed over nicely to the attendants by the forensic nurses. And the body is also to be handed over at the same time when we are giving back the report in most of the cases. When this body is being handed over, it should be taken care that there is least trauma to the persons who are receiving this dead body. Most of the time, these are the close relatives or friends. And sometimes due to violence, say there is a bomb blast, say there is a massive injuries on the face is looking very bad. If this body is given in that situation, probably there is a lot of trauma to the attendants. So in such cases, reconstruction of the dead body, reconstruction of the face, that can be done. And then how the body should be handed over. So first of all, I will let you know that this is the Harris County Center in USA, where the forensic nurses are playing a part in the postmortem examination. I visited that, and with the chief medical examiner, we were discussing that how you are using their services and how we can do that in our country. And this is their lab, and this is their mortuary. So these were adjacent rooms, and how they do the postmortem examination there. So these are very nicely. It is, I think, better than sometimes the OTs of our country. So I was talking about the handing over of the dead body. And you see on the left side, there is a how the face looks like. If the relatives see, it will not be good, because this is sometimes called last darshan, last viewing of the face of the body. So if it is in like this, it will be trauma to them throughout whenever they live. So we try to reconstruct by doing some plastic surgery. The forensic nurses can play here a big role in, we can use wax, we can use something, we can use some cotton, so that the face looks good. And then how the dead body is to be handed over. So it can be wrapped in a white cloth and can given to the persons, or some, if the relatives want, we can dress them. And when we do this, either wrap in the body or give the clothes to the dead body, and then we can do a little bit of makeup there. We do by on the alive person, but on the dead body also we can do a little bit of makeup so that the face looks good. We can use a good scent, and so that there is no foul smell, and orifices they are closed so that there is a no leakage. And so this is the way of handing over the dead body nicely. And in the emergency, USA, the forensic nurse examiners are there, and they are doing this. And so again, in emergency patients, there is an accident, there is some sexual assault victims have come. So there is a lot of stress on the minds of the person. So how you receive that person, and how you treat them, and how you do the initial documentation. So at this time, nurses, especially the forensic nurses, they will be very good in identifying the basic cause. So what is that? Either it is a case of trauma, or it is a case of sexual assault, or it is a case of child abuse, or it is a case of elder abuse. So usually many times, many things are missed. But if there will be forensic nurses, they will be able to identify the case. And they will be able to identify the evidences which are to be collected and preserved. How these are to be collected, how these are to be preserved. They can do it in a nice manner so that these evidences play a scientific role ultimately in prosecution of the cases. And when everything has been done, again, the documents have to be handed over to the relatives or to the police. And this way is going to help a lot in a smooth functioning of in the emergency. Otherwise, sometimes there is a lot of hodgepodge. So relatives become angry, they speak, they abuse, they do something. So forensic nurses can smoothen this work a lot. And as they are from the medical profession, and they will have a lot of skills in identifying the injuries at that time, and they can give the initial guidance to the investigating officer. So for example, this is a case. So on the left, it is a case of an accident where there is an abrasion. On the right side is a bruise which has been given by the husband of the lady who kicked her. Of course, it is very absurd, very painful for everybody, victim and those who are seeing it. But once they are there, we have to examine that, and we have to differentiate that. And forensic nurses, in such cases, when they can identify all the injuries, they can help in the initial basis. And as far as the evidence collection is there, so you see, this is a bullet hole. So if the nurse is not skilled enough, she has to remove the shirt, she may take a scissor and cut it. And if she cuts it through, then this whole evidence is going to be lost. So in this case, this is very important that it is not cut through. It is to be preserved as such, so that later on it means that from which side the bullet is coming, whether it is corresponding with the injury or not. So there are so many things from which we can draw the conclusions. And then is the forensic toxicology. In forensic toxicology, the cases are again coming to the emergency. So the cases of poisoning comes. So the person who is regularly seeing the cases will be more expert in dealing with those type of the cases. Again, initial documentation has to be done in this case. Gastric lavage has to be done. Gastric lavage is done in most of the cases, wherever it is indicated in the hospitals. But most of the time, what I have seen is that this gastric lavage is lying in the bottle in the corner of the emergency for many days. No preservative is being put. It is not being labeled. It is not being closed. And after some days, this is thrown away. So that is a bad habit. So if the nurses are there, doctor while is taking care of the patient, nurses at that time can preserve this gastric lavage. And other evidences, for example, blood has to be taken, the urine has to be collected. For example, there is a vomited matter on the drawers. So that needs to be collected at that time. So all that evidence needs to be collected, and this is to handed over to the police with a receipt and in a sealed manner, everything, and taking care of that no evidence gets destroyed or damaged, or its value becomes less. And now treatment part is also very important, and to contact the poison information center if it is the same persons, so they will be they will become expert in that, how to connect to the poison information center and how to get the information and what treatment they are suggesting, how we are to take care of that. So this is a case of snake bite. You can see 2 points very well. Maybe some of you can see, some of you can't see, but it is in the toe which is held by these 2 fingers. So there are 2 points, snake bite. So like this, everything when it is preserved and that is put in the proper boxes, and then it is sealed, it is labeled, and then it is handed over to the police. So this is very important that we hand over this, otherwise the chemical examiner's lab, they are not going to accept these specimen if something is damaged there. So the most important role the forensic nurses which are playing throughout the world is in the sexual assault cases. There are sexual assault nurse examiners, they are called SANE, and they usually work in a multidisciplinary team. They work in the rape crisis center. In India, at one-stop centers are there where they can work. They can handle the victim, they can handle the relatives and the accompanying person. And the most important part, which the Federal Bureau of Investigation, even in USA, that has said that if the sample is being preserved by the forensic nurses, the rate of successful prosecution is increasing. So this is a very well established fact, and the DNA sample in the CODIS in USA, that is being done by the forensic nurses in the sexual assault cases. And when everything is being done, everything is over, so the handing over the reports properly, so that these do maintain the chain of evidence, so that its value is not decreased. So when all this thing has been done, the psychological support is needed for the victim, for those persons who are coming with the victim. If mother is there, father is there, brother is there, so they also need the psychological support at that time, and forensic nurses at that time can provide a very valuable support in such cases. So during my visit to USA, so this is the chamber where the sexual assault victims are being examined. There is a colposcope on the right-hand side. So everything is being documented in computers, even those small injuries in the genital parts, even in the vagina. So even those small injuries, when they are stained, they are well documented, which cannot be seen with the naked eye. So they are recording even those injuries. So this is a kit, everything is in it, from writing of the report forms to all the swabs which are to be taken. Everything is in this box. You have to open this and do step by step everything how it is written there. And you have to do that. You have to complete that and see that when you have taken the samples, these are not put immediately inside all these swabs, because the swabs are wet. If it is put like this, then there is going to be fungus development over it, and then this will be of no use. So they have to be dried and then put, and then this is a sexual assault evidence collection. This is of the South Africa, not of the USA. So this is the team of the, so all these are the forensic nurses, not only females, but male forensic nurses are also there. So they are doing this examination. So they were a group of these 3 persons who are doing the assault, and I had been present there when this case was being done in one of the circumstances. All these examination, everything was being done by then. Only the doctor just came once and said it's okay, you carry on. And these things are being done by these forensic nurses. And when they have started doing this, the rate of successful prosecution that has increased. So it is not only this that they can play only these roles in each country, in each state. So these roles can be different. These roles can be modified depending upon the situation. Sometimes somewhere the forensic physician may be more, somewhere they may not be at all, somewhere they may be less. And even in India, the doctors, they are needed as for the WHO, 1 for 1,000 patients, 1,000 population. But it is still 1 into 1660. So 6 lakh doctors are less what are required. And even the doctors are not there. So how we can expect that the forensic physicians will be available? So there are less forensic physicians are not available. And if we talk of the nurses in India, at present 2 million nurses are in short. For every 10 patients, 3 nurses are required. As per WHO standards, we are having 1.7, something like that. So there is a acute shortage of the nurses. So that acute shortage of the forensic physician, that is why I say the role of forensic nurses has to be there. So they can be member of the investigating team. They can be member of the insurance companies. They can be member of the attorney teams. So if they go to the crime scene investigation, if the forensic nurses go to the crime scene investigation, Virginia, the mother of the forensic nurses, she first in 1984, she was the forensic nurse death investigator. Because police officials don't know anything about the dead body. So especially in those cases where the biological evidence is there, in those cases where the human body is there, so in those cases, they can be the very good crime scene investigator, and there a lot of jobs can be in the police department. Even if not as a forensic nurse job, the job can be as an investigator. So as a member of the investigating team, they can play a very good role. And even at the crime scene, they can roughly find out the time since death by recording the body core temperature, by finding the stage of the postmortem staining, or what is the rigor mortis. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the dead body. Postmortem staining is the discoloration of the dead body on the dependent parts, and to find out the decomposition changes. So when sometime more time passes, the body is going to decompose. And the most important thing is there are blood splatters at the crime scene. Blood splatter experts are there. But if we see India, or even see the advanced country, how many blood splatter experts are there? And I have seen none during my crime scene visits many a times. So blood splatter, whether it is from the artery, whether it is from vein, or it is from some injury, so that is going to differ. And if there is a hemopsis and an injury, we have to differentiate natural and unnatural death. Again, there can be, from the blood splatter, we can find out, yes, this is a natural death, this is not an unnatural death. And they can guide the investigating officer about what type of the weapon has been used. So you can say that easily by saying this, the nurses who have seen such cases, that this is a rifled firearm injury on the left side, smoothbore firearm weapon on the right side. So very easy to tell, which the experienced people can tell this. So if a bullet is taken out, so how to preserve that so that no additional marks are added on that bullet? So how to preserve that? Or you see that a case of Narbali that is on the right side when the throat was incised, neck was incised. So then another role as a member of team in the insurance company, they can review the admission files uh, because they know the medical conditions and know what treatment has to be given in such cases, and what are the medicines which are allowed by the, and what are the procedures which are allowed by the company. So they can save a lot of money of the insurance company, and they can help the insurance company in making the cases, good cases about that. And because if something is needed, they can go to the internet, they can research, because they are medical people, they can research it easily, whatever is required in that particular case. And they can help the attorneys also, help in preparing the cases, as they know the medical facts better than the lawyers. They the anatomy better than the medical terms than anybody else, and they can help in preparing cross-examination questions. So cross-examination is very important for the defense lawyers. And if some good questions are there, usually those who have done the cases, probably they can, if they have not, they don't know the things properly, then they will have to face a lot of good questions. So even if they don't know, they can do the research. And then there is a innocence project. Many persons who have been falsely implicated. So on the basis of the explanation of the scientific evidences, many cases are getting free, especially in USA. So if we see this, that how the forensic evidence has not been properly explained in the courts. So in all such cases, they can help, and many those falsely accused persons who are serving in the jails, so they can come out. Forensic nurses must know the ethics. So how they have to behave. If they have to do some case, even if they have to put the injection, they first need to take the consent of the person. They will be taught and they will know the law of the country, because forensic nursing science is a mixture of healthcare with the laws, with the forensic science. And they will know the procedure, how they have to appear in the courts, how they have to present the evidence, how they will be examined, they will be cross-questioned, they will be re-examined. So they will have the experience of the court, and they can present the scientific evidence in a very good manner, and they can save the time of the doctors in many cases. So what is most important is what all this experience which the forensic nurses will get, they can teach other nurses, they can apply it to their future practice. So that is important. In addition to this, the abortion cases, especially the criminal abortion cases, they usually first report to the forensic, the nurses, not the forensic nurses. If the forensic nurses will be there, they will be able to identify this and do the suitable things, and which is correct legally as well as medically. They can prevent the human rights violations because they can find out the abuses early as compared to others. Whether is a person is falsely accused, is a victim, or an accused. So everybody has the rights. The victim has the rights, accused has the right. So they can take care of that. They can be the part of the team who are visiting jails and finding out that somebody is not being tortured. And in psychiatry too, those persons who are taking the plea that they are mentally ill, so they have to observe whether they are feigning illness or it is whether actually there is illness. So they can play a good role there and providing the psychological support to the victims. to the falsely accused person, to the innocent persons. So it is very important for them. And there are many religious, cultural, political violence. So they can identify all these cases because they will be seeing it regularly, and they can have a great social role in preventing all these things. Old age homes, as we call in India, and our nursing homes for the elders, so as called in the Western countries. So there, and even the persons who are reporting in the emergency, uh, in the geriatric abuse. So in all these cases, they play a big role. And in schools, if they are posted, so child abuse, that is being done a lot, and usually nobody is able to identify that. We can't expect that from the teachers in India and in many countries which are not advanced. So if the forensic nurses are there, they can identify such child abuse, in those can provide psychological support to them, can identify such cases, and even they can report corporal punishment in the schools, which is being done by the teachers at many places. And they can tell that how the social media is to be used safely by the nurses, that by not disclosing the details of the patient or on the websites, just by gossiping. So this was the one part that what forensic nursing is, why they are important, where their services can be utilized. So once by seeing this, if you think that these can be useful to your state, this can be useful to your country, then you must develop in your country. And I tell you that in the world, only so far 25 countries are having this. USA, Canada, UK, Australia, South Africa, Switzerland, some European countries, some Middle East countries where still it is being introduced. So usually this is a journey. In some countries it can be very small, in some countries it can be very big. So how we need to do that? We have to introduce, then when some persons come to know about it, then its awareness has to be increased. So we need to stop at this and locally develop by reinforcing in some colleges, in some universities. And when this has been done, then we need to expand, we have to broaden this base. When this is being accepted by various stakeholders, then some courses can be started, regulatory bodies can be we can go to the regulatory bodies and can see that what are their requirements. We can start the course. Once they are completed, the jobs in all these areas which we have discussed, that will come. So that is the first stage. And then we need to expand it further. If we are developing our state, Punjab, we need to take it to another state, another state, another state. And then again, this cycle needs to be repeated. So what are the experiences of developing forensic nursing in India? What we have done, what our team has done. So I am going to present this part, everything in photographs in front of you. So this is the Government Medical College Patiala, where I was working in 2002. This forensic nursing was first introduced. So journey of forensic nursing science is 18 years old in India. So this is the first in 2002. So we involved all the stakeholders, judges, advocates, police officials, health officials, doctors, nurses. And to the right me is Virginia, who is the mother of forensic nursing. So she came for this from USA. And to the right of her is the topmost police official of our state. And after it was done, we started writing the articles about it. We started writing the papers in the journals so that this expands. So we started giving. So even the journal that was made a school aims and objective, or Journal of Punjab Academy of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. So this was made the one of the aims and objective forensic nursing, so, which is still continuing. And so this is the reinforcement. The forensic nursing students, they are being taught their role in the postmortem examination. So then we took it to the other colleges. When we developed it locally, we took it to other 4 colleges of the state: Dhyanand Nursing College, Ludhiana, Guru Har Sahib Nursing College, Raipur, Guru Ramdas Nursing College, Sharpur, and Government Nursing College, Amritsar. So we took it to the different places, and also at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, with Dr. Dogra, and guest, and at Patna. So we started taking it from out of the state, and all the initiatives of our team, they were recognized by the Indian Academy of Forensic Medicine in 2003. And this is learning and teaching simultaneously. At the Colorado Springs University, where the students are from the different countries, they are being taught that what you do and what help I can take from you and what I can give to you as a forensic physician. So this was a mutual program, and at that time, these are all were the forensic nurses who are doing who have done already who are doing their post graduation in forensic nursing science. And so this was by the university, and all these efforts were published on the Edge, which is a newspaper type publication of the International Association of Forensic Nurses. So this was, that is the police official, Virginia and Dr. Jisuja and myself in the beginning. So we were in a team. So this is whatever we were doing, that was reported there in US, and it was very well appreciated at that time. So we did not stop here. Once we did this, we wanted to expand it to the other colleges, other universities. So we called the vice chancellor of our university, and we called our director, we called our police chief, who is sitting in the khaki dress, and we talked about this, that this should be there. So Virginia, again, she had come, we had invited her. We wanted that this should go in India. I have a passion from the beginning that as a forensic physician, what should I give back to my society? So I thought that I should develop the forensic nursing science in India and in the adjoining countries. And so this was the gathering where you can see all the police officials on the left side, all the nursing students on the right side, doctors, advocates, and all other stakeholders, forensic scientists, including, were sitting there. And this, at that time, we said that, yes, it will expand. So our director said, yes, it is going to expand. And for this, we wanted to involve the different stakeholders so that they should also see that how the utility of the forensic nurses can be to them. So we did a victim examination workshop, and so these were the Zemi Farrell on the extreme left. She is a forensic nurse of a big repute, and she has done almost, at that time in 2006, she had done 455 cases of rape victim examination at that time. And now I think the 14 years have passed, it must be, I have crossed about 2,000-3,000. Then Virginia, and on this is the forensic scientist was there from USA, and they all did this together. So this is the same workshop, and this was a certificate which was given to the participants at that time. And then we did a crime scene workshop. So that was mainly for the nurses and the medical staff. Of course, there were some other stakeholders, but this time it was mainly the police officials. All the investigating police officials, not below the rank of assistant sub inspector, they had come. So who are usually mainly the investigator in charge of the police post or the police stations at that time. So they all had come from all over the Punjab. And so this was told them that how the forensic nurses can help them. So we have to involve all the stakeholders one by one or simultaneously. Sometimes it is a big show. So they were also taught about the bite marks and how these samples are taken. And this is a certificate which was given at the end. And then we went to the South Africa. Our team went to the South Africa and we presented their forensic nursing. So this is the Nelson Mandela Medical College head of the department of the forensic medicine there. So we, with our team, they with their team, and so we talked about the forensic nursing science to the various stakeholders at the Nelson Mandela Medical College. So this is a rape crisis center in the South Africa, where one is on the extreme left is a doctor, and on the extreme right is a police official, and then there is a forensic nurse. So I had a chance to have the photograph with them, and I saw that how they are doing in their country. And then after coming back to India, our vice chancellor required us that we should come back and have a bigger thing in their university, so that all the nursing colleges, they get involved. So again, in 2006, we did a program for 2 days, and this certificate was given, which is given by the vice chancellor of our state. So then we did crime scene workshop for the female investigators. What we felt was, because in rape cases, mostly these are the female police officers who are investigating the cases. So we called all the female police officers who are investigating the cases. And so we told them the utility of the forensic nurses to them. So some of the forensic nurses, they are having the photographs with our guests. And so these are the certificates given to some of them. And this is the whole of the batch of the police officers. Some nurses were two there, and some doctors too joined that workshop. And this was the certificate given to them at that time. And then we went outside the state. We went to different states. This is West Bengal, Darjeeling, where we talk about forensic nursing, because we need to increase the awareness in our whole of the country and involve people from those regions. And this is from the south of India, that is in the Mangalore. The sexual assault workshop was done there, and the role of the forensic nurses was explained to them at that time. And first time we started a program of forensic nursing science in Gyan Sagar Medical College in 2007. And so these are the nurses who are being taught about the benefits to the society. And so all this throughout the year, and then they appear for a test, appear for an examination. And even the teachers were so enthusiastic that they also appeared in the examination. So at that time, it was a very hit program. And so this was the certificate given so that they can practice a little bit of forensic nursing at that time by using this certificate. And this is the our principal who is distributing the certificates to all the successful candidates. And she is the first forensic nurse of India, Nisha Bharti. So it was, this is her office, which was given to her, and she was working in the emergency. And this is all her office, and this is her first forensic nurse. She was given the duties after she had cleared this exam. And as a result of all these efforts, whatever you work, whether you know it or not, that your work is, that work of your team is always get recognized somewhere or the other. And this flag of my country. In USA, I was very happy to see that, and International Association of Forensic Nurses awarded our efforts in 2007 with a Vision Award. And so I saluted to my country. I was very happy to see my country among other flags. And I promised at that time in 2007 that I have did it in our college, our state, but we will make it happen. Our team will make it happen in whole of India. And we started expanding. We are having experience with the Colorado Technical University. We went there and talked about this thing. And then again, Virginia came to India again at this time. And another experts from USA came to assess our program, what we are teaching to the students. And we had an exchange program at that time, and agreement was done at that time for the exchange program for the forensic nursing science in the USA in 2008. So as our strength was increasing, so we launched Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Nursing Science in 2009. And at present, we have 238 members from all over the world. And under its patronage, under its aegis, we were doing the courses. And at that time, 96 students, two successive batches. So we had the 50 student batch. So 96 students, they participated and successfully completed this course at the Gyan Sagar Nursing College. So this is the registration of our academy. And so we continued teaching at the Gyan Sagar Forensic Nursing Science. And so we were evaluating. So these were the students who were evaluated and batch of forensic nurses at that time. And so this was being reported in the magazines and journals and newspapers. And so then we had our first conference at Gyan Sagar Medical College, and decade of road traffic accidents. So we were celebrating that how to prevent the accidents. So that was at that time, and we did this. And here is the Vice Chancellor of the Law University, Central Law University, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sukhinder Singh. And so they were there, and these are our team members, and we were happy, we were blessed by that our efforts are succeeding. So these were the participants at that time. So then in 2012, we went to Rama University, Kanpur, and there we talked the concept of the forensic nursing science to the various stakeholders. And again, Virginia was there. She was very helpful. She's now has become a personal friend, and she's very good. And whenever we invited her, she was there to help us and to expand, because she also has a passion. She is developing it throughout the world, and she's helping to develop that in India too. And so that was so then at the Raipur, we took this, and then at Gandhinagar, Gujarat Forensic Science University. So there a postgraduate diploma in forensic nursing had started. So they require a bachelor's degree on the nursing to join this course. So it is there. So whosoever gets interested, they can join it there. But we did not stop this. We had a bigger vision. We had that we want that it should develop in many other places. So in 2003, again, the person who is sitting right to me is the topmost police official, Mr. A.S. Rai, and persons from USA and our management and from our medical council. So everybody was invited. So police officials, judges. So there was a big gathering, police officials, students, judges, many nursing colleges, almost from India, from different nursing colleges, the students had participated, and it was a big gathering of 450 students at that time. So being honored. So this was our director who said that we support your ideas, and we will allow you to do it further. And so then we had a workshop at National Nursing College, Sanguru. So Dr. Paramjit Kaur Baba, so she organized this, and it was very well attended at that time. And then in 2015, at Government Medical College Patiala, Dr. D.S. Buller and Dr. Kiranjit Daliwal, they organized this beautiful conference, and the theme was globalization in nursing finance. So we now we thought that in future we will have the theme in every conference so that we can expand in the different areas of forensic nursing science. And then in third conference of INPAFNES was there. So all this, so our director was there. Again, Dr. Mohi, she supported us. And so that was the team elected. So this was the coverage given in the newspapers. And the fourth conference was at the Nightingale College of Nursing, and with the theme of current trends and personality development in forensic nursing science. Because if they can have a better communication, forensic nurses, they will be more helpful to the society, more helpful to their profession, because they have to communicate with the different people, with the different experts. So again, all the stakeholders, they were involved. Dr. Sarabjit Singh, that he organized this conference along with Dr. D.S. Buller. And so this was at the inaugural show. So then it was a turn to go to a different country in Saudi Arabia, where we talked about forensic nursing science. Many countries, representatives, they were convinced, yes, there should be a forensic nursing science. They said, have you ready forensic nurses for the right employment? We said, we have in India, but not here. So they said that we are going to start in our own countries, but sometimes the follow-up becomes difficult, and that what they have done. Then the fifth conference was done by Dr. Pradeep Singh at the Mahatma Gandhi University, Jaipur. And the theme was challenges to nursing and medical practice. So again, it was a very well organized conference where all the stakeholders were present, and at the same time, the International Journal of Ethics, Trauma and Victimology, that was released. Our last conference was sixth conference at Nursing College by Mrs. Barinder Kaur. And the theme was expansion of forensic nursing in social services. So all these different themes are helping us to diversify in the different areas. Again, the journal is released, and this is our audience. So now in 2020, so in the Maharashtra at Karat, so they had a theme that forensic sciences in healthcare practice. Forensic sciences in healthcare practice, there were a lot of nurses in addition to the doctors and all that, and doctors, nurses, and forensic scientists. So all of them were there. So different stakeholders were there. So and the nurses were very much enthused that they are going to join forensic nurses after they complete their graduation. So today in front of you, I am talking about what we have done so far. And the biggest achievement by all those persons who are interested in forensic nursing science is that forensic nursing science has been introduced, is going to be introduced in the undergraduate curriculum. So this has not happened anywhere in the world. This has happened only in India, that at undergraduate level, the forensic nursing science is going to be taught in the 5th semester. And so that is what they are going to teach. It is a 1 credit hour course and 20 hours teaching, where they are going to teach what is forensic science, what is forensic nursing science, what is violence, and again, various aspects of the forensic nursing and their ethical issues, their roles and responsibilities, and their scope, what is going to be due. And in the forensic team, what is the role of the nurses, or the forensic nurses, and how victim of different crimes that is going to be examined, and how they have to preserve the evidence. So this we have already talked about in our initial phases. and introduction to Indian Constitution, the law, and what are the rights of victims, rights of the accused. So we have talked about the human rights already. And what is the structure of the courts, first class magistrate, session courts, high courts, Supreme Court, and what Indian Penal Code, Criminal Procedure Code, Indian Evidence Act. So all those things, they are going to be briefed. And something about the mental health and the legal issues, that is also going to be taught to them. The forensic psychiatry, that is also going to. So in 20 hours, not many things can be done, but when they get interested, they can do the postgraduate course. But what I think is, by introducing in the undergraduate course, the shortage of the forensic experts, physicians, forensic nurses, that is going to take a long time. But when we have introduced it at graduate level, all the nurses at least will know something about the preservation of the evidence in a scientific way, and the value of that evidence, which was not there previously. So this is the International Journal of Ethics, Trauma and Victimology, and this was first supported by Society for Prevention of Injuries and Corporal Punishment, but now it is being supported by Indo-Pacific Academy of Forensic Nursing Science. As you can see on the right, below the insignia, that it is being supported by. So this is a long journey, 5-year journey of the successful publication of this journal. This journal is a peer-reviewed journal. This is an index journal. DOI is allotted to every paper. There are no submission charges, and you can submit your papers in it, which are according to the aims and objectives of this journal. So you can look on the website, and you can send your papers, if research papers. That publication is completely free. And what are the challenges which we faced? What we feel that we talk and talk and talk and talk, but practically we don't do the reinforcement. Reinforcement should not be weak. And all the stakeholders, whether police officials, whether forensic physicians, whether nursing teachers, so all of them should be involved. And it should be a continuous process. That is the biggest pitfall. We do stop. It should be a continuous process, that we should never stop at any given time. And the biggest challenge which I think is there is the identifying the good leadership in the nursing profession. Forensic physicians can start the courses, can do the things, can motivate, can make the people aware, but this is the nursing leadership that has to come forward. Any one of you who is listening this lecture, if you are interested in forensic nursing science, you want to develop it, please do contact me. I will be very happy, and our team will be very happy to help all of you. And all stakeholders should be in that team, which we form. Usually we make a team of doctors, we make a team of nurses, or we make a team of police officials, or we make a team of advocates. So we make a team of judges. So all the stakeholders which are there, so all those should be involved in a good way. So, but then sometimes some start feeling that if the forensic nursing science develop, where we will go. Sometimes the forensic physicians, they feel like this. So this is not a replacement for the forensic physicians, but it is a booster to the forensic physician. They are going to help. They are going to expand, so that all those underprivileged people of our countries, all those victims, all those innocent accused, are falsely accused persons who are there, they get good services to prevent the violence. And if somebody does that violence, that he goes behind the bars in a successful way. So I would like to conclude that we must have a dream, because it was my passion that before I retire, I want to develop this in India. So I have succeeded, our team has succeeded, but that to a limited extent. I want that this should happen all over India. And for that, if you are willing to do hard work, we can make a planning to develop this nursing science, whether it is your country or whether it is your state. Take all the stakeholders with you.
Thank you, Gauri sir, for giving us such an informative lecture on this new field, forensic nursing science. Now I request Dr. Joseph to speak upon why they kill deductive profiling. Over to you, sir.
I'm going to talk about criminal profiling and a background on the criminology perspective of different theories regarding people who commit crimes. And then we'll do some inductive and deductive profiling. And then if we have some time, I'd like to talk a little bit about the satanic cult movement and how that all plays out for profiling purposes. So let me see if I can figure out a way to advance this. There we go. We're going to talk about the causes of crime, some of the motivational factors, psychological theories, some of the profiling and analysis, as well as various schools of thought. My background in the bachelor's degree was in criminology, and where we took a look at the making of laws, the breaking of laws, and how society reacts to people breaking the laws. Every society reacts just a little bit different about the breaking of laws. The other issue that I think we all have to look at is the fact that what do we measure? Who measures all this? Who is who looks at all of the data that's involved with this, and who does the measuring, and why do we do the measuring that we do about this phenomenon? If you think about it, we view the serial killing profile from a number of perspectives, and probably the biggest one that has never been typified as a serial killing is 9/11, as well as some of the other terrorist threats that have been out there. But crime in every country is a social phenomenon, and we find that a lot of people are repetitive in their criminality, and they do develop some patterns. Some of the ways that we look at serial criminality is through the eyes of terrorism, drug trafficking, money laundering, computer crimes, infiltration into legal businesses, particularly from the drug trade, and illicit arms trafficking, human trafficking, and most recently, the destruction of cultural properties and homicides. So serial killing is not just, serial profiling is just not about a homicide or a series of certain crimes. It is really about, it addresses a lot of the topics that you see there before you. One of the things that we see when we look at serial crimes is that it's a violation of our social norms, yours and my norms and values that we grow up with and we understand as being the difference between right and wrong. We take a look at the people who break laws, and we might agree with them, we might not agree with them, but so I just posed the question to you to think about. Have you ever broken the law? And probably most of us would say, yes, we have. It's human nature that we do that. But what level is that law, and to what degree do we repeat it, is really up to you and I to make that determination. I joke about growing up early on and being maybe a little bit of a delinquent, but not too much, because all of a sudden those social norms and those social values kicked in. and I didn't want to be viewed as somebody who was seen as breaking the law. In America, we have a lot of people that do break the law. They become noteworthy. They hit the press. We have a lot of movie stars, a lot of actors, a lot of athletes, a lot of politicians. All of them seem to get their 15 minutes of being infamous when it comes to being committing crimes, and they get a lot of notoriety for it. We get a lot of notoriety for some of the criminals that are out there. Interestingly, when you take a look at the history of the study of crime, there's many, I wouldn't say several, there's many different theories regarding why people commit crimes. Cesare Beccaria out of Italy, his view was, and this goes back hundreds of years, that individuals choose to commit crime. It's a rational decision after weighing the consequences and determining whether it's appropriate or not, and the fact that I have a free will, so I will commit the crime. Maybe the law is bad, and so I do it because I need to do it, but so the law is viewed as bad, so I don't care as much. But Beccaria's view was that public punishment was appropriate, that it was appropriate to punish people in public, and torture was very common back in his day. I think he was in the 1600s. He had a bunch of principles that he subscribed to, and essentially it's that laws are used to maintain social order, which they are in every country throughout the world. Legislators create the laws, judges impose the punishment. His view was that judges should not interpret the law, but they should impose that punishment according to what the law is. Beccaria also thought that punishment should be based upon the pleasure-pain principle. Do I get more pleasure out of committing the crime than I would if I got caught? And punishment is based upon a number of different factors, and punishment is determined a lot by the level of crime that's committed. Punishment, in his view, was that it should be prompt and efficient and effective. Everybody should be treated equally. He didn't believe in capital punishment, and the use of torture should be abolished. Originally, he supported torture. Later on, he decided that it wasn't appropriate. And his view was it was better to prevent crimes than to catch people in the act. And more emphasis should be placed upon preventing crimes. Now, another school that was, I'm going to try and move my slide here just a little bit. Another school has developed the utilitarianism theory by Jeremy Bentham, I believe he's out of England, that everything is related to happiness. I do things based upon a cost-benefit analysis. If I think I can get away with it and it benefits me more than it will cost me in terms of pain, in terms of suffering, or public ridicule, then I will do it. And but he said the certainty of punishment is what's important. Punishment needs to be reduced to an absolute certainty, and light penalties are not sufficient. And there's a lot of factors that are outside people's control who commit crime, and many of us will look at it a lot differently. There's the positivist school of crime. There's a period of time when we went through looking at the biological factors as it related to the study of crime causation. We looked at facial features. We studied bumps on the head to determine if bumps were in a certain location, this person was more prevalent to committing crime. And then there was a time too when if two people were suspected of a crime, the uglier one was guilty. And so you would have two people up there, we didn't know which one committed the crime, they would pick the ugliest one. That's how primitive a lot of our initial criminology has been. And then along comes Cesar Lombroso. And his view was that we may have the born criminal, somebody who is born to be a criminal, that the brain interferes with a person's ability to distinguish right from wrong, and that there's social, economic, and political issues that have to be considered. And people can't always be held responsible because they did not choose to commit the crime. They just did it based upon conditions in their lives. And that, again, he adopted the philosophy of Beccaria that it could be prevented through crime prevention techniques, whatever they were. Garofalo, you can't hold anybody responsible for their actions. And it's based, and most crimes committed by poor people who are in poor physical condition and have a criminal personality. And so that becomes some of the basis for how we thought about crime over the years. The Glucks, Sheldon and the Gluck family took a look at somatotypes which were based upon body build, endomorphs, mesomorphs, and ectomorphs, the ectomorph being the more delinquent. A lot of it was based upon your body's shape. Again, biological determinationism. Families produce generations of criminals, and we see that transmitted through a DNA trait all the way down the line. There was a time in our history where we thought, when we looked at families, and if they were producing more than 2 or 3 generations of criminals, then we would take a look at stopping the reproductive efforts of families who were just producing criminal after criminal after criminal. So we have a long history of things that everybody tried to come up with a way of determining. Isaac Ray was one of the first forensic psychiatrists, and his view was that, again, it goes back to the brain that regulates criminal response. And we're seeing more and more studies in that regard that shows that about maybe 25 to 50% of the people that are in prison have defects in their capacity to even manage their own affairs. Other theorists we got more into the sociological theories, and Emil Durkheim, and he was one of the founders of the sociological view. Society was responsible, not the offenders. And society's responsible because there's more to steal. There's other people who have things that everybody should have, that it's governed by these external forces, and criminals learn that it's just a trade. Crime is just a trade that you may grow up in. And punishment should be evaluated based upon the harm. Harm is done. And restitution is based upon reinstatement quickly if you made restitution. In the United States, we're seeing that more with the philosophy called restorative justice. In other words, if we can make the victim whole and the suspect whole in the process and get everybody equally balanced in terms of a restitution, then we can move on and not subject people to the criminal justice system. Enemy is the breakdown of social order. And I think that's what we're seeing in a lot of our communities. I know we're seeing that here in the United States, where there's a loss of those values and standards, and it's replaced by chaos and the lack of social cohesion. So where do we go from here? We've got neurocriminology where the brain's involved. I know I deal with some people in our polygraph training courses that are neurologists and physiologists, and they say that there needs to be more controlled experiments with the brain, taking a look at the brain regarding criminology and what is to be done. The problem that we have in the United States is that we can't experiment. Other countries are. Germany is experimenting. Some of the other countries are experimenting with different things to reduce criminality, but we're still struggling with which of all these themes is the most important. So I put this chart together because I wanted you to see that what we're looking at is a combination of everything that we have seen when it comes to criminal profiling. We can probably take a look at just about any criminal and apply some of these basic theories. It's cultural. It's from more of the classical or the Beccaria view. It's the positivist, the socialist, the biological. Some people will even say it's the body types and genetics. Some will say it's that enemy, the community the lack of standards, the lack of having strong community ties, and then all of that funnels in to that center part of that screen where we say it's all about opportunity as well. So if the opportunity is there, then at some point in time, that's going to electrify and generate those evil acts that we see that are transmitted out of in criminal activity. I talk about this from a theoretical perspective before we get into the more practical. Evil acts are committed for a lot of different reasons. There's opportunity, there's social enemy, there's community values, there is all sorts of different things that result in evil acts being committed. So how do we go about taking a look at it, and how does criminal profiling take a role? Before we do that, take a look at this strain. And the strain that we're talking about is the strain against our value systems, our culture. It's the desire for a certain amount of economic success, but it's also fueled by evil. It's fueled by anger. It's fueled by power, the need for power. It's fueled by people wanting to control. It's fueled by greed. It's fueled by smartness. It's fueled by that balance of pressure and pain of what can I get away with? And there's also the view that it's fueled by excitement. And depending upon the class that you're dealing with for the criminality, you'll see that everybody is different. The lower class, the lower middle, the middle, the upper, and the upper. Everybody has all of these different 8 attributes that we have here in the center box, but they're all dictated by the combination of economic success and this strain, the strain that says that we've got to conform, or we don't conform, we create chaos, and then we commit crime. So a lot of it is based upon what class you're in as to what level of all of these 8 things that you have. And it's not one-to-one. It's very fluid when it comes to that. We're all a little bit greedy. We're all thinking that we're smart. We're all feeling that we we can control our anger. We all know that, I know that you and I are evil, or I'm not so sure. Well, I'm not evil, but I'm not so sure about you. You know, so think about that for a minute. You may know you're not evil, but how much do you think about the other people and whether or not they are evil as well? And I have to say, after 40 years in law enforcement, I found that there's a lot of evil out there, a lot of evil, and it wears a number of different hats. When we talk about criminal profiling, there are two people that I want to introduce you to. I don't know how many of you know about these two people or not, but John Douglas was one of the first in the mid-'80s to develop a criminal profiling technique. He and his partner, Colonel Ressler from the FBI, put together the very first criminal profiling unit that we know about. And one of his first efforts was to pay attention to a criminal, a serial murderer in upstate Washington in the United States. That murderer wrote a letter to the media, and John Douglas, at the very beginning of his time as a profiler, looked at it and formed the opinion that the author had no connection to these Green River homicides. When they ended up capturing Gary Ridgway, the Green River serial killer, he admitted to the media that he did write the letter. And he said, and the reporter said, "You didn't sign your name." "I didn't, and I wouldn't," he said. "So we didn't know who it was from." And he said, "Even the FBI didn't think it was from me, but it was." And it was his way of wanting to be caught, wanting to be apprehended. So is criminal profiling legitimate? Is it's more than fortune telling, but it's not an exact science. It's a combination art and a combination of science. It's the process of looking at different personality traits that we see in our communities, and it's taking a look at those characteristics and taking a look at individuals who are responsible for committing those crimes. That really is the definition of criminal profiling. Taking a look at personality characteristics and then taking a look at the individuals who commit those crimes. John Douglas and this writer, this is a list of some of the books that they have written about it. On Netflix, there is a 2-season series called Mindhunter. And if you have not seen it, I suggest that you take the time from your studies and go through it, because I wouldn't call it a television show. I would call it a documentary on criminal profiling. If you have not seen it, it is 2 actors that portray John Douglas and Ressler, but when they do it, the writers did a lot of research with the FBI and interviewed a number of different serial killers. And if this was a full-day seminar, I would bring in YouTube interviews. I would bring in video interviews from different serial killers so that you could see and listen to how they think, why they think the way they do. And it's based upon many of the theories that Gorea and all of those other names that I gave you kind of combined into one. So these are some of the books that John Douglas has written. I have read Mindhunter and watched the television series. And there's several other, the second book I have not read, Whoever Fights Monsters. It's about 20 years of tracking serial killers with the FBI, with Robert Ressler. The two of them wrote that in the 90s when they were just really developing their system. And then Dangerous Personalities by Joe Navarro. But all of those books are really chock full of, how can I say, good criminal profiling material. Is criminal profiling a art or a science? We apply it to only certain crimes. Most of the time they relate to homicides or other repetitive serial crimes that relate to torture, sexual assaults, post-mortem slashing and cutting, pedophilia, fire setting and arson, mutilation murders, rape, and satanic and ritualistic crime. I've been involved in a couple of crime investigations related to the satanic cults. And if we have some time towards the end, I'll share with you some of that information. I didn't get a chance to ask the doctor beforehand, but I didn't know whether India or any of the other countries that listen to this presentation deal with satanic cults, but there's a lot of ritualistic crimes that occur with that. There's certain assumptions about profiling that there's a rationale that I don't want to get into, but these are just some basic assumptions that you take a look at when you profile. You will study a crime scene, and that will give you a certain amount of personality about the offender, whether they're in custody or not. Many times they will repeat the same methods, that they will look for a way to leave a signature at the scene. And generally their personalities for serial crimes do not change dramatically. They may do a few things to alter their activities, but they use the same methods. They will have a signature. For instance, some of the serial criminals end up collecting an item from their victim and keeping it, or they may leave some symbol at the crime scene. So there's a number of different things that they do to leave signatures. And that's something that every forensic scientist, every crime scene investigator looks for when they come upon a crime scene. Profiling really only helps you reduce the number of suspects. It may not give you that one individual person, but it will help you link crimes through looking at indicators and behavior patterns. Some of you are familiar with critical path method and PERT charts and diagnosis of a crime and breaking it down. Many times when you do that for each crime, you will see individual characteristics that keep repeating itself. And so it really does provide investigators with potential leads. It helps you look into different things and take different approaches, whereas somebody without any idea won't know where to look, and they'll waste their time in a lot of areas. Profiling helps provide a certain amount of leads. It's going to assist in the evaluation of evidence. It's for that trial phase. A profiler really makes their due in a trial where they assist in evaluating the evidence to show a pattern of conduct. And it may even help in the interview of an individual when the profiler provides their insight Again, I want to refer you back to the Mindhunter series, and you'll see that with a number of different serial killers that they interview. And it will create those linkages that we're talking about with the flowcharts about modus operandi and what they leave behind in terms of a signature. So what types of murders do we look at? Well, when you look at the types of murders, you kind of break them down into these 4 categories. We've got criminal enterprises, where it's really a business, if you will, whether it's organized crime or whatever it is, the drug cartels or whatever. Then you've got the group cause, the sexual homicides, and the personal cause homicides. And murders committed for profit, material gain, money, goods, territory, or as a favor. So though that enterprise is where that takes the place in the business world, where they go after the profit, the goods, the territory, etc. That's really what any kind of organized crime, I don't care what kind of organized crime you call, whether it's gangs, whether it's cartels, or whether it's mafia, or what it is, that there is a criminal enterprise element to it. The group cause has to do more with ideology, and these are acts committed by one or more people that results in death. Gangs and religious hate groups fall into that category, as well as a number of others. And I'm talking fast because I know I only have an hour. The sexual homicides are probably the most prevalent that we see. Murders that involve sexual activity and the sexual element may vary, but the offender is going to kind of fall into certain patterns and certain range, whether rape is involved or whether it's more symbolic sexual assault. And then the insertion of objects and all of that, the use of different tools that profilers or that the criminals use. Personal cause homicides have to do with those interpersonal relationships. It's not motivated by material gain or sex or anything like that. It has a lot more to do with emotional conflict. We've seen that where husbands end up killing their wife, not being apprehended, marrying somebody else, killing that wife, not being apprehended, marrying somebody else, killing that wife. So what we find is that it has to do with that interpersonal aggression. And again, it reflects back on a lot of those profiles that we talked about with Gorea and others. So what type of murders do we look at? We look at anger, we look at rape, we look at murder, we look at personal cause and the sexual effects of it. They overlap. Many times you can't classify and put them into a box, but they definitely overlap in their psychopathology. When we talk about criminal profiling, there's 2 different ways to look at it: inductive reasoning and deductive. I want to get inductive reasoning out of the way so that you understand what this really means. Inductive reasoning is a broad generalization based upon data and possibilities, and it does not necessarily always have to result in truth. So you can use inductive reasoning to move forward in an investigation, but it does not always give you the benefit of that. So here's an example. Most known serial killers are Caucasian, okay? We give that as a premise. Another premise is that most serial killers are male. And most known serial killers operate within a certain comfort zone, okay? So you have those 3 elements. The conclusion then is that your serial killer will be a white male operating within a comfort zone. That in and of itself is inductive reasoning. but that's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. So inductive criminal profile is a set of characteristics that you've played with, that you've had some statistical inference from. It's based upon a combination of the profile of the victim and a potential profile of an individual, and particularly when they commit the same type of crime. Inductive profiling is really, I guess the best way to term it is it's average. It's the average of anything. So you've got two types of inductive arguments there, from the specific to the general. A 24-year-old white female is raped in her first floor apartment. A detective tells the press that there's a sexual predator on the loose that only attacks white females who live in first floor apartments. That is a part of inductive reasoning. Statistical argument is not going to be reliable, but take a look at this. Published research indicates that serial rapists tend to attack within their own age range and don't normally attack outside their race. Therefore, it can be inferred that the offender is likely a 24-year-old white male. That's the kind of inductive reasoning that you could use without holding yourself totally accountable for that particular profile. So you see how the thought process results with it. You look at the victim, you look at the circumstances, a first floor apartment, you look at the nationality of the female, and then you go from there. And then you develop that overall profile. The problem that you have with inductive criminal profiling is that it's very generalized, and it only limits you to certain populations, and it doesn't let you kind of get out of that model very well. They're limited by certain amount of data because it's only collected from people that we catch. So we'll look at other people that we catch and try and use that information to justify our criminal profile on this particular case. An inductive criminal profile is going to contain inaccuracies that can and have been used to implicate innocent individuals. I go back to the profile on Ridley there, the Green River Ridgway, the Green River killer, and there were inaccuracies on his profile. But once he was caught, what they went back and looked at the issues that were on profile and compared them, and many of those were accurate, but not all of them. And it never implicated any innocent individuals. But I would, again, refer you to the Mindhunter series, and you'll see some of this inductive criminal profiling playing out. Most of the inductive criminal profiling is very nonspecific and is used in a general manner. So deductive reasoning is different. Deductive reasoning it determines, it establishes certain premises, and based upon those premises, it moves to a series of conclusions. It talks about general patterns of behavior that list specific offender characteristics. And deductive reasoning is, I'll give you an example of that. The offenders disposed of the victim's body in a remote area of the mountains. Okay, that's a particular piece of information that is specific to certain types of criminals. Tire tracks were found at the body disposal site. What can we deduce from these facts? Just those two pieces of information. You look at those two pieces of information. The conclusion is that tire tracks belong to the offender, then the offender has access to a vehicle and is able to be mobile. That's one piece of deductive reasoning. okay? It's kind of a if this, then this. And so your deductive reasoning works in that way. It's a set of offender characteristics that converge between physical and behavior patterns within a crime and a series of related crimes that you end up matching up. The information that we use in deductive criminal profiling includes forensic and behavioral science, much of what you're studying. It includes the assessment of physical evidence. It's a combination of the witness and victim statements, some of the crime scene characteristics that you take a look at, the relationship between the victim and offender. What is it, a stranger to stranger? Is the victim known to the offender? Is it some commonality that they have? Did they go to the same school? Did they live in the same neighborhood? All of that. And then a reconstruction of some of the other physical elements that are involved, the ballistics and wound patterns, photograph sketches, and videos that are used in the crime scene investigation. And then you compile all of that into the report. You take a look at your murder book, if it's a murder, and you take a look at all of these different factors in developing your deductive criminal profile. And of course, the whole theory of victimology, it's the study of victim characteristics. I always marveled that we used to have recidivistic victims. Many of the victims that we saw were continual victims for a lot of different reasons. They may have left let their guard down too much. They may look vulnerable. So you have to take a look at the risk assessment related to the victim, and you take a look at the victimology of a particular victim and develop that victim profile completely before you move on to the suspect profile. And many times you would develop that victim profile and look at their work history, look at their education, look at their living conditions and the living patterns that they have, who they associate with, and overall, what characteristics does this victim have? That can many times lead you to that suspect level. In doing the deductive criminal profile, there's some assumptions that you can make that most offenders don't act without motivation. You may not know what that motivation is, and that part of that is your goal, to find out what that motivation is. And it may only be known to the person that you're going after. They may be the only one that are committing crimes based upon their hate for their mother, or fill in the blank, whatever that is. You may not know that until that person is apprehended. Every offense should be investigated and looked at for its own motivational existence independently. So that criminal profile is that different offenders exhibit the same or very similar behaviors for a lot of different reasons. You will not find two cases that are completely alike, even though they're committed by the same individual. We have the gentleman, Ed Kemper, who killed about 10 or 12 people. I'm trying to think, he started out first killing his grandparents, then goes to visit his mother, who worked at a college, and ended up killing co-eds, and then eventually killed his mother. And so all of it was based upon the Oedipus complex, the maternal complex that he had growing up. And when you look at that profile, you'll see that there was a constant pattern to it. His pattern was different. He blew his grandparents' heads off with a shotgun, and strangled his mother, but all of the co-eds were hitchhikers and were strangled. And so he used a combination of different tools to conduct his killings. Human behavior develops differently, and it's based upon the environment and a lot of biological factors that you deal with. And this behavior is going to evolve over time, and the more they commit the crime, the more pattern you will start seeing with it. And a single offender is capable of multiple motives, multiple different ways, like Kemper was. He found out he didn't like his grandparents, so he took care of them. Then he went out and accosted young girls, and then he went back and decided to do his mother. And so everybody's just a little bit different in that regard. And unfortunately, what you find with serial repetitive people, they want to be caught. They will want to be caught. They will taunt you. The city of New York had a serial killer out there called the Son of Sam. And he wrote letters to newspapers, taunting the investigators, taunting the reporters, saying, "You'll never get me, you'll never get me, you'll never get me." Well, guess what? They got him, and he's now serving time. But he loved playing cat and mouse, and so a lot of things happened in the development of his profile that we used in deductive profiling, and it does help, but it's not a specific tool like a photograph is, or a set of fingerprints, or some trace evidence. It is merely an overall profile about how we see people's lives. And no matter what, you may think you cannot deal with any of these people thinking that they're nasty people. You've got to recognize where they came from. Talking to different people. I've only talked to one serial killer in my career because I didn't specialize in that. And most of them are very, they don't see themselves as repulsive. They don't see themselves as disgusting. And that, and they're very, they will give you the idea that they're very normal people in a moment, and then the next thing you know, they change. So some strategies: you got to think like a criminal. You have to avoid those moral judgments with people, and understand how life experience plays a role. You're going to have some ideas, some intuition over some of the people. Most of the time, you use your good judgment, and it will result in a positive outlook. So that's the basis for deductive profiling. I just want to close with a couple of topics about Satanism and the occult. The material I'm going to show you is really basic. It's not meant to be a complete guide. There's a lot of books out there that are written about it. Some of them professed and written by people who were practice that particular conduct. And it is a movement that is throughout a number of different countries. I want you to all to think about for a minute, what country had a serial killer who committed the most serial crimes ever attributed to one person? What country? Think about that. We'll give you the answer at the end. And all of in this satanic world, and a lot of the crimes that we see have the influence. For instance, we had a serial killer in the United States called the Night Stalker, because he committed most of his crimes at night, all driven by satanic cult thoughts and philosophy and theory. The Church of Satan is run by a council of 9. They have high priests, they have priests, priestess. It's only by invitation only. You can't apply to get in. You have to be invited in. They have an administrative staff, and they have their founder was back in the 60s and 70s, Anton LaVey, and he was headquartered here in San Francisco area. And then we had a hierarchy of the Satanic Church where LaVey, and then he passed it on to Peter Gilmore, who's the current high priest, and then his daughter and Gilmore's wife are involved in it as well. This is Peter Gilmore. I had a chance to meet him, and I was surprised that he was pretty normal. He didn't have all that facial hair at the time, but he was a very congenial person, just a little bit different in his thought process. And so they have a lot of terms of endearment that they use for things. A grotto, you'll see that they use the term evil and juggle the letters to come up with live, and they have covens where they hide. I came across a satanic cave in one of my communities, and where it was an altar, and where they gave sacrifices, animal sacrifices, and human sacrifices, and did human sexual rituals. There's certain days that are set aside when they do a lot of activity. And I don't know if you can see all of this or not, but I will try to move it here. And you'll see that there's certain days of celebration. Sex is involved quite a bit of it. Sex with children, and sex between all of the consenting adults. There's bestiality and the drinking of human blood and all that kind of stuff. Here's some of the books that have been written about Satanism, and most of them have been written by Anton LaVey, Peter Gilmore, and several others. Those are just the topics there about the different books. And if you go to YouTube, you'll see some interviews of the Gilmores, and you'll see an interview of Zena LaVey, who's the daughter of Anton LaVey, the founder of the church, and an interview on YouTube promoting her father's book. And then the Huffington Post did an article on it as well. Based upon what your religious values are, what your views are, it's all just different than yours, I can assure you. There's some films that are out there that talk about it. There's a documentary by Geraldo Rivera, and there's some other films out there. The Devil's Reign, which is a Hollywood production about Satanism. And there's degrees of membership, as we mentioned. There's a hierarchy within the church. You only have to pay $200 a year to be a member, and you receive a membership card and all that, but you have to be solicited to come in. It's by invitation only. Their beliefs are based upon Satan and atheism, and they have certain philosophies and principles. I'll just quickly go through them here. They have 9 satanic statements that they adhere to. Some of them is that vengeance, instead of turning the other cheek, they are very vengeful people, and they have certain sins that they do not, that they profess to not commit, and some of them have to do with just their personality and their their individuality as well. And then they have certain principles about how they view life. They don't give opinions. They don't share their troubles with anybody. They don't make any sexual advances to people unless they're given a signal, and they don't take what doesn't belong to them. They don't commit those kinds of crimes. There's 5 goals that they have, and protect yourself from stupidity, raise funds for the church, of course, and they don't have any tolerance for religious beliefs, and they take a look at the total environment that they function in, and it has to be pleasing for them to exist. They have certain symbols. This is their basic symbol. It's a goat-headed god with wings and breasts, and candles are big with them. Black candle, every candle has a different meaning, and so they will spend a lot of time in their rituals with all of that. And this is their mantra, that it's pride, individualism, and enlightenment. And that about does it. And like I say, I have an 8-hour class that I just condensed into 1 hour, Doctor. So I hope I covered some things. And
It was indeed a worthy session. Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Here I invite our next speaker, Mr. Steven. He'll be speaking on how to detect lies and deception.
All right, it's my honor, and I really, honestly, am honored to be here, and I appreciate you asking. Let me go ahead and advance that. We've seen all that. Inviting me to be a part of this. I really am very honored to be a part. Thank you so very much. All right, let's just get on with it. There's a lot of material. I'm going to try to cram all of this into. I'm going to get rid of me for a minute so you can see the screen instead of me. Try to get all this material in an hour. So bear with me, and I may go a little fast, but I'm going to try to get everything in. All right. There's some things we need to go over right off the bat. Number one, chill out. Don't get mad at me, because I'm going to throw some material and I'm going to throw some statistics out that have to do with lying. I'm not calling anybody here a liar, okay? That's not what I'm doing. But when I'm going to give you some stats on men and women about lying, but I'm not calling anybody a liar. I've had some people in the past say, I don't like that you called me a liar. Well, I'm not. The second thing that you need to remember, you're going to get a lot of information here in the next 57 minutes. Do not go out, though, and start taking this and start using it right away. This takes practice. You're going to learn the basics. You're going to learn the physical, the verbal, the combination indicators. You're going to learn how to assess what it is that you see, assess what it is that you hear, but don't go out immediately and start applying this in real life situations, but instead go out and continue learning, watch people, listen to people, look for these indicators, go online to YouTube. 3 videos in particular, and you may want to write this down. There's 3 videos in particular that you should watch, among others. The first one is our former president, Bill Clinton. His famous speech, I did not have sexual relations. Watch that video. There are several indicators of lying in that brief video there. Also go to YouTube and search Diane Downs, D-O-W-N-S. She has a textbook example of a duping delight smile, one of the big indicators of lying. And then also go to YouTube and search for Chris Watts' first interview that he did standing outside his home. You're going to see several lying indicators in that video. All right. Now, one of the first questions, one of the biggest questions that I get from people is Steve, how do people react when you tell them that you know they're lying to you? Well, they don't react to me at all, because I don't tell them. Now, that was different when I was a police officer. If I'm interrogating somebody, that's a totally different environment, totally different world, totally different situation. if I'm interrogating someone about a murder or robbery, that's different. Yeah, I may just get in their face and say, I know you're lying to me, but it's different in the civilian world. But so I find it more advantageous to know they're lying than to tell them I know. So I very rarely ever tell them anymore. In the civilian realm, I'm retired police now, so I'm not a police officer, but I find it more advantageous just to know they're lying to me than to reveal that. All right, let's talk about men and women. Again, now, I'm not calling anybody a liar, but let's talk about the differences in lying between men and women. Let's talk about the women first. Women typically will lie for different reasons than men. Women will typically lie to comfort someone, to be tactful, be nice, be polite, or to save someone's feelings. For instance, maybe there's a couple of ladies out together and one of the other ladies says, hey, is my makeup okay? Do I look nice? And the makeup may look atrocious. It may look absolutely horrible, or the dress or the attire may look horrendous. It may look awful. But usually the other lady's going to say, oh, honey, no, that looks great. But they don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, so they'll lie in order to save their feelings. Now, women will lie on average 3 to 4 times per day. Now, men, well, men are not as polite about that. They lie. We lie for different reasons. We typically lie to make ourselves look better. Excuse me. We are egocentric. We're ego-centered. We want to make ourselves look good. We're self-aggrandizing. We want to puff ourselves up and make people think we're better than we are. Men now will lie 5 to 6 times per day. Now, these are averages. It depends on how many people that you're out talking to. It's a lot of variables, but on average, men are going to lie 5 to 6 times a day, women 3 to 4 times per day. Now, you can go online and look, and there's all kinds, depending on who you read, what resources, what studies you go by, you're going to find any number of people who have different opinions on the types of lies. Some say there's 7 types, some say there's 12. I have narrowed it down to 3 categories that I'm comfortable with using, and I'm going to explain those to you. One is what we call a little white lie. It's not going to cause anybody any problems. It's not criminal. It's like the little white lie the woman just told. Oh, it looks fine, honey. It's okay. You look good. Well, that's not causing anybody any real problems. Now, the second type of lie is what I call the trouble lie. It's to keep somebody out of trouble. Let's say that somebody comes into the break room at work and says, who took the last soda? Who took the last cup of coffee? Well, they say it in such a manner like there was something wrong with it. So the person says, oh, it wasn't me, but it really was them. It's not really a white lie. They did it, but it's not a criminal thing. So it's sort of like in between. Then, of course, we have the criminal lies, which is I did not kill him or I did not rob the store. Those are very basic categories, and those are the ones that I use, and they work well for me. All right, let's talk about some interesting facts. If you're out in the business world, and if you're at home in your bed and you've got the covers, you've got the blankets and everything pulled up to your nose, and you stay in bed all day, this is not going to apply to you. But if you're out in the business world, you can hear as many as 100 and maybe even 200 lies in a day's time. It just depends on how many people you encounter. When we meet someone new, you'll typically hear 2 to 3 lies in the first 10 minutes of their conversation. Lying and deception accounts for approximately $1 trillion in business loss every year. It's a huge, huge problem, and it's increasing every year, not some years, every year. There are more lies told in the month of January than any other month of the year. And maybe that has something to do with people making New Year's resolutions. I don't know. More lies are told over the telephone than any other way, any other means, face-to-face or letters or text. We find that in a study done, people believe men that have beards over men who are clean shaven. Something about a beard makes men more believable, it seems. And one last thing, we find it harder on average to lie to someone that we think is attractive. If they're attractive to us, we're going to probably we're going to talk and be more honest with them. There's just some little facts I thought I'd throw out there. All right. Some of you may laugh when I say this, but it's actually true. Detecting lies and liars is a lot like algebra. I mean, it's a lot like it. In algebra, we have letters, numbers, and symbols. And we take those letters, numbers, and symbols, and we put them together in a certain way, in a certain formula. And then when we have a situation that comes up upon us, and we have, for instance, most of you will recognize this on the screen as Pythagorean's theorem. It basically says that if we know the length of side A and the length of side B, then we can plug those numbers into the formula and come up with the length of side C. That's easy. Then it's a lot like this as well with detecting lies and liars. We have A, we have the physical indicators. We have B, which are the verbal indicators. And we have a formula or assessments that we use in order to process those so that we get the answer we want to know. Did they lie to us or did they not lie to us, which would be C. It's a lot like that. Now, what if you don't remember Pythagorean's theorem? What if you forget that formula? Okay, you think, well, okay, algebra is nothing more than letters, numbers, and symbols. I'll just throw some out there and you write this down. I'm sorry, you're not going to get the same answer as you're going to get above. You have to know the process. You have to have the right process in order to get the answer for what you know. In other words, we know we have this verbal indicator. We know we have these physical indicators. Now we take them, plug them into an assessment, and we come out the back end with an answer. It's almost exactly like algebra. All right, here are some things that you must know. These are non-negotiable items. You must know these. There are videos on YouTube and some of the other services, and you can watch them over and you can watch one after another of the indicators of lying. They're out there. There's plenty of them, but they're not going to do you any good. You can watch videos of indicators of lying all day long, but they're not going to do you a bit of good unless you know what you're looking for and how to assess and process what you see and hear. All right, let's begin with clustering. I don't care. We have these physical and verbal indicators. Sometimes, well, let me ask you this question. Let me back up a little bit. Have you ever been sitting in your office or in classroom or in a car or in a park and your nose itches and you reach up and scratch it? Yeah, probably everybody at one time scratched their nose, scratched their ear. Well, those are both indicators of lying. But now if you're sitting by yourself on the park bench, not talking to anybody, and you scratch your nose, are you lying? No, you're not. But yet that's an indicator of lying. So okay, now your brain's like, okay, well, I don't understand, Steve. I don't understand. How is it an indicator? Well, let me explain that to you. When somebody lies, I'm looking for a cluster. I don't care about one indicator. I don't particularly care about two, although I'll notice them. I'm looking for 3 or more indicators together. The more indicators that I have together in a cluster, the more sure I am that I have a lie. Now, what's a cluster? Is a cluster like, okay, well, I scratch my nose now, 30 seconds from now, I rub my neck, and then maybe 60 seconds or a minute later, I scratch my forehead or rub my forehead. Is that a cluster? No, that's not a cluster. The cluster is 3 or more indicators in a span of 5 to 6 seconds. I'm looking for 3 or more indicators in a span of around 5 or 6 seconds, maybe 7, somewhere in there. Not 10 seconds, not 12, not 15, not 60, 5 to 6 seconds. If I have 3 or more indicators in 5 to 6 seconds, I'm almost certain I've just been lied to. Now that goes down to the second one, the timing. I don't want them spread out. I want them, again, 5 to 6 seconds. Now, in order to determine if someone is lying, you have to it's absolutely mandatory. And it's a taxing thing to do. It keeps you busy. It's very, very intensive. It's not easy, but you have to take a synergistic approach to the individual. You literally, I mean, honestly, you have to watch everything they do, listen to everything they say. You're watching from their feet to their head, their nose to their butt, fingertip to fingertip, and you're listening to the words they say, and you're watching how they say them. You're having to watch everything. All right, now, and we're going to get into that in a little bit, more into the synergistic part. A baseline. Some people will argue the fact that, well, I need a baseline. I need to know what somebody normally does to determine if they're lying and doing something different. Well, that's true. It's always better to have a baseline. If you know somebody, it's always easier to tell if somebody's lying if you know them and you know their mannerisms, but it's not required. If you have a cluster of 3 or more indicators in 5 to 6 seconds, you've got to lie, more than likely. So a baseline is not necessarily mandatory. All right, now we have something called universal and individual indicators. I don't care about universal indicators. They mean nothing to me. Let's say that I'm bringing someone in for a homicide investigation. They're a suspect in a homicide investigation. When they come in to the interrogation room, do they have a right to be nervous? You're darn right they have a right to be. I would be nervous. They're being questioned about a homicide. Yes, they have a right to be nervous. Well, they're coming into my interrogation session, excuse me, nervous. I get that. I understand that. That's not a problem. Now, if I bring someone in to the interrogation as a homicide suspect and they're calm and they're collected, that's fine too. I don't have a problem with that either. But I have a problem with when I ask a specific question and then they become nervous. That's an individual indicator. Being nervous through the whole process is a universal. If they come in and they're constantly fidgeting with their fingers the whole time, that's a universal indicator. If they're constantly scratching their nose the whole time, that's a universal indicator. It's when they do individual things based on specific questions. That's what gets my attention. I want to know there's a reason why they're doing these things. There's a reason why I'm getting a cluster of individual indicators at a certain question. Is masking possible? Is it possible for someone to cover up some of these indicators? Of course it is. Of course it is. But it's impossible. It's physically impossible for a human being to mask all of the indicators. I know all these indicators. I could not possibly get away with lying. It's impossible. The autonomic nervous system kicks in. There's things that the body, the fight or flight syndrome, whatever you call it, the fight or flight syndrome kicks in. The body takes over and it does things. You can't stop it. So it's physically impossible to mask all of these indicators. And one last thing, if you're talking to somebody and you're trying to get the truth out of them and you believe or you know that they're under the influence of alcohol and or drugs, don't try. So that's obviously mind altering. It alters their personality. It can change their memory. They might remember, they may add stuff to it. Just walk away from any situation where you're trying to get the truth out of somebody if you believe they've been under the influence of alcohol or drugs. All right. If you believe either of these two things, I'm going to ask you to quit. Just stop. Just no more. We're effective right now. Don't even believe either of these. 73% of the population worldwide believe, for some reason, that if someone is talking to them and they will not look them in their eyes, that they're lying. That is not true. It could, okay, it can be true. Is that an indicator? If someone will not look you in the eyes, is that an indicator of lying? Yes, it is. It's a bad one, but it is. There's a number of reasons why somebody may not look you in your eyes when they talk to you. One of those, people who have PTSD, they're not always comfortable looking people in the eyes. People who have Asperger's, they may not be comfortable looking you in the eyes. People who have low self-esteem, people who are shy, women in particular, or men or women, but women who have been abused typically won't feel comfortable looking people in the eye. All right. So if you use this thing, they won't look me in the eyes, they must be lying to me. You're basically calling those people in those 5 groups liars when they may not be really lying to you. They're just not comfortable. They're not at a position in their life, whether it be medical, psychological, or whatever, that they're comfortable looking you in the eyes. But now you're calling them a liar, and they're really not. That's doing them an injustice, and it's giving you false information. But it gets worse. Let's make it even worse than that. If that's what you're using, we have people out here that I call professional liars. Most of them are psychopathic liars. They lie about the lie. They're good at it for the most part. So if they're looking you, and they know, most of these psychopathic liars know that this is an indicator of lying. So they'll make it a pointed effort to not look away. So you're using this. If they won't look me in the eyes, they're lying to me. And you're calling the people that are probably telling you the truth liars, and believing the very person that's lying to you because you're using that one. Drop it. Just effective today. No longer use, if they're looking me in the eyes, they're lying to me. The other thing, folded arms. I hear that all the time. Well, that person's got his arms crossed. He must have something to hide. He must not be telling the truth. My question to those people who give me that argument is, do you walk around all day long like a zombie with your arms hanging down at your side? No, of course you don't. But nor do you walk around all day with your arms crossed. Any biology students in here will know, or AP students will know, that if you keep your arms stretched, certain muscles in your arm are tightened, certain muscles are loose or relaxed. And the opposite is true is when you fold your arms. Some are, the ones that were stretched may now be relaxed. You can't go around all day long with arms in one position. Sometimes you get cooled in a room, you cross your arms to get warm. So forget these two. The looking in the eyes, they're lying to me, or the folding arms, they're lying to me. Drop them and don't use them. All right, we're going to do some short videos before we get into actual indicators. And I'm not going to ask you to tell me your grade. These are just for you, just for your use. We're going to watch 3 very short videos. And what I want you to do is, as you're watching, now, none of these videos, I think none of these videos are like over 8 seconds long. They're very short videos. As you're watching the video, what I want you to do is look for any indicators of lying that you think you see. Do all of these videos have indicators? I don't know. You tell me. I want you to look for any indicators of lying you see. But if you see an indicator of lying, don't rush to your paper, because by the time you look back up, the video's ended. So you want to watch the whole video in its entirety before you make any entry on the paper, or you're going to miss the rest of them if there's any there. So we're going to take 30 seconds between videos to let you make a mark. For instance, if say video number 1, and you think you saw 3 lying indicators, well, then just take number 3 and circle it in, put an X in it, and the lines out beside the numbers. If you have time and want to make a note on what that indicator was, you can. It's not necessary. If you think that you saw no lies in the video, then just color in or check that box. I didn't see any lies. And then what we're going to do is, after you've done that, we're going to go back to these 3 videos and review them and let you see how you did. Again, I'm not going to ask for these back. We're not going to ask for your scores. Be very brutally honest with yourself. And if you got it wrong, you got it wrong. If you got it right, you got it right. All right. Let's watch video number 1. Again, these are very short, so don't look away until you watch the whole video. Why would I do that? I've never stolen anything in my life. All right, 30 seconds. Make your notes. And then we'll go to video number 2. All right, got a few seconds left. All right, let's go to video number 2. My bad, let's go to video number 2. There we go. Did I take the money? No, I did not take the money. All right, 30 seconds. Write down any indicators of lying that you thought you saw. If you just want to circle the number, that's fine. If you want to list them, again, this is for your use, however you want to do it. All right. Get ready for number 3. Why would I do that? That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. You have nothing better to do than... No, I did not. All right, 30 seconds. And then we're going to go back and watch these videos and list each indicator of lying as they appear on the video. Okay, let's go review these. Why would I do that? All right, video number 1. Look at your sheet and see how many indicators of lying that you saw, because in the video, there were 5 indicators of lying in video number 1. Video number 2, there were 6. In video number 3, there were 6 as well. If you didn't do well, don't worry about it. We're going to do this at the end of this session and see how you improve. So these are just for you. Don't get upset. If you did get these, wonderful. Let's go back and look at these videos. Video number 1, we had something in the end. I don't expect you to know these, but I wanted to give you a test, an assessment at the beginning to see where you are, and then we're going to do it again at the end to see how much you learned. So number 1, video set number 1, the first thing we see is finger tinning. We're going to explain all these later, so don't worry if you don't understand. Finger tinning, then failure to deny. Why would I do that? Touch the ear, then I groom myself, and then I clear my throat. All of those are indicators of lying. Some of those are in response to fight or flight. All right, let's go to video number 2. Fake smile. We'll just watch the video first. Oh, my bad. First, we have a fake smile. I repeat the question. Did I take the money? Then I eye shift. Have eye shift to my right. No. Formal language. Now look down, and then another fake smile. All right. Those were all indicators of lying. Let's go to the next one. If you don't understand these, don't worry about it, because we're going to explain them. Again, video number 3, failure to deny. I get aggravated. Hand to forehead and look down. Sing the word no. No, I did not. And then the formal language. Okay. Put that aside. We're going to do this assessment again with some different videos. how good are humans at picking out lies? A recent study said that we're only about 18% effective. The average person can only pick out about 18% of all lies told them. In other words, 82% of the time, people are getting away with their lies. Maybe that's why it's costing us $1 trillion every year in financial losses. All right, here we go. Let's talk about the indicators. Verbal indicators, pronoun usage. A person who is lying will typically change personal pronouns. In other words, they won't use I as much, and they'll start using they or we. They're going to start removing themselves as much as possible out of the situation. So they're going to quit putting themselves in the forefront and start blending themselves in with others or blaming others. Another indicator is somebody that becomes angered or aggressive. If you are interrogating somebody or talking to somebody and they have an attitude of contempt, and you can see that contempt's a very violent emotion. If you see the eye squinting, or you see one corner of the mouth start to come off, you can tell this. Most people know when somebody has an attitude of contempt. If you see that, back out of that conversation. Stop and walk away. You can come back to it later, but you don't want to be involved in that conversation if there's contempt. That can be a very violent emotion. So back out of that. All right. Then we have what we call illusion. And you saw that in 2 of the videos, which is a failure to deny. It's not an outright, I didn't do it. It's a failure to deny. In other words, Stephen, did you murder your best friend, Sam? Why would I do that? I've never hurt anybody in my life. Did I answer the question? No, I didn't. I failed to deny by alluding to the fact that I didn't do it. Well, I've never hurt anybody in my life. So logically, why would I kill my best friend? All right. Then we have illusion. They want to elude you away from the question or the questioning. And this is often done by someone, you're in an interview, you're in the interrogation, and you ask, Stephen, did you murder your best friend, Sam? Well, he and I, hey, where did you get that shirt? They'll just completely change the subject on you. Where'd you get that shirt? I like that shirt. In hopes to elude you away, move you away from the line of questioning, not thinking, of course, you can come back to it, but they're trying to get away from answering that question. And then we have something called exclusionary qualifiers, where they exclude themselves as much as possible. Well, for the most part, it doesn't specify. Usually, sometimes words that are not specific. Then we have perception qualifiers. Well, as far as I know, he wasn't there, or best I can remember, or I'm not really sure, but I think it's perception. Answers based on what they remember or more often don't remember. All right. And then we have another thing called qualifying statements. And what they're doing here most of the time is trying to get you, they're trying to see if you're agreeing with them and you're buying their bull. They're trying to see if you're believing what they're telling you. So they'll say, you know what I mean? And they're looking for you to shake your head. Oh yeah, I got it. I understand. And that's what they're trying to do at this point. They're trying to get you to see if you agree with them, and they're winning the conversation. Another thing is what I call big information. And this is basically the difference between convincing versus conveying. Big information is when they give you a lot more information than is required by the question you asked. Teenagers, a lot of times, especially in America, I don't know about India or other parts of the world, teenagers are bad about this in America, where they want to give you all this bull, all this fluff about what happened, and that really wasn't what you asked. for instance, why were you late getting home last night? Oh, there was this great new restaurant that opened up and they serve hamburgers. And Mom, you wouldn't believe the French fries and milkshakes. Oh my goodness, the milkshakes were awesome. And anyway, Bill and I, we hung around the milkshake place and we got some milkshakes, and so you're getting more information than you asked for, called big information. What the person is trying to do is they're trying to convince you of their lie, or convince you of their story, rather than conveying the answer you asked. So anytime you get a lot of information that you didn't ask for, that's an indicator of lying. Someone who repeats the words or phrases over and over, it's an indicator of lying. Singing no, as you saw in the video, and that can be no or no. Anything like that where the word no is dragged on is an indicator of lying. Someone who answers your question when they invoke their religious deity, be it God or whatever, or they invoke their religion. Oh, my religion would not allow me to do that, or I swear to God, I could not. Anything along those lines is an indicator that they're lying, that they're going to be lying to you, or just did lie to you. If they're doing away with contractions, they're lying. If they're not shortening their words, if they're using more formal language, people who are lying will not use slang typically. They're going to use more formal speech. And in the video, you saw an example of the question repeat. Stephen, did you kill your best friend Sam? Did I kill my best friend Sam? It's a stall tactic. That's all that is. All right. Rate of speech. Someone who is lying will typically increase the rate of their words, the rate that they talk to you. Because of the fight or flight, you'll also possibly denote a higher vocal tone. It may be very minute, but because the vocal cords are muscle, and when the body is under stress, it tenses, and the vocal cords will tense up like a guitar string. And because they do, the vocal tone is going to increase in pitch. Inappropriate level of concern. Stephen, did you murder your best friend Sam? No, I didn't. Well, that's not very convincing. You just murdered your best friend. Or let's say somebody in the break room takes somebody's ink pen by mistake, perhaps, or maybe on purpose, it doesn't matter. And somebody comes in and asks the person about it. Did you take Sally's ink pen? Somebody took Sally's ink pen? Are you serious? They took her. I can't see what I'm saying? It's an ink pen. Chill. Inappropriate level of concern. Too much concern over something trivial, or too little concern over something major. All right. Let's talk about the physical indicators. We have something called a Duchenne smile, which is a genuine smile. Then we have something that's a fake smile that is obvious. You can tell the two apart if you know what to look for. And I apologize. I'll skip that. Let's do this. Let's talk about the muscles used in smiling so that you can tell the two apart. We have a muscle set that is below the eyes and a muscle set that is above the eyes. And I'm not going to get into the pronunciation of the levator labials. I go all that. I'm not going to get into that, but I'm going to show you where they are. These are the muscles that are used in fake smiles, but now they're also the muscles used in a genuine smile. So Steve, what's the difference? I'll tell you in just a second. These muscles here, these muscle groups here are used in smiles, whether they're fake or whether they're genuine smiles. The difference takes place in whether or not the person uses the eye muscles. If they're giving a fake smile, all they're going to do is flex the corner of their lips. That's all that's going to happen. If they're telling you that, if they're giving a real smile or a genuine smile, the eyes are going to become involved. You're going to see a little squinting. Below the muscle, below the eyes, that's all they use is a lie. If they also squint and use the muscles above, you have the truth. All right. Eye shift. Now, Depending on whether you are right-handed or left-handed depends on eye shift, what eye shift you're looking for. If a person is right-handed and they look upper right, as you saw in the video a while ago, I did that. If they're right-handed, they look upper right while they're trying to answer a question. That is probably them trying to create a story where a story didn't previously exist. In other words, they're trying to come up with a lie. Now, if that same right-handed person looks upper left, they're probably trying to remember the situation that actually did happen or the truth. So, and I've come up with my own little shortcut to this. Right-handed person looks right, that's a lie. In other words, right, lie, RRL, right, lie. Now, if you have a left-handed person, it's just the opposite. A left-handed person who looks upper left is probably trying to come up with a lie, where the left-handed person who looks upper right is probably trying to remember the situation that really did occur or the truth. And let's look at, I apologize for the video, but that's sort of, it's sort of an over dramatization. It can be a lot more subtle than this, but there's what you're looking for. You're looking for eye shift. Again, it doesn't have to be that pronounced. All right. Now, we talked about this a little bit a while ago too. Touching the nose, touching the ears, or fidgeting, rubbing the fingers together, fidgeting with the fingers. These are all three typically associated with stress and fight or flight. Because the body is stressed under the questioning, the body distributes the blood differently to the more vital organs, and the ears, the nose, and the fingers can cool and even itch. So you'll notice people scratching their nose or their ear, which, like we said, are all indicators of lying. All right. Blading. This can be done in a chair or standing. If someone is looking at you straight on and you start a conversation or you start questioning them and they're uncomfortable, they will do what we call blading. They will reduce subconsciously, attempt to reduce their exposure to you by turning their body slightly. In other words, you're not full on face to face. They're going to turn their body slightly. And they can do this in a chair by turning sideways, or they can do this standing by turning sideways. And it can look something like this. See that? Turn slightly. They're trying, and this is subconscious. They're trying to reduce their exposure, even though it's a small amount. You'll see this. All right. Object between you and them, and it can be anything. What they're trying to do with this indicator is they're trying to put a wall, if you will, something between you and them, like a wall of protection. They feel more comfortable if there's something between you and them. This can be a pen, a cup, a book, or anything. It can look something like this. Ask the question, uncomfortable, reach down, grab a cup, anything. It can be a fingernail clippers, anything. When they do that, suspect that they're lying to you. Now, you also saw this in the video, grooming. Women a lot of times will adjust a brooch or a necklace. Men sometimes will adjust their necktie, maybe their sleeves. They'll pick off imaginary lint that doesn't even exist. Anything that they comb their hair, for instance, or maybe women will paint a nail that's broken or anything like that. They're going to groom themselves. If they're doing that, suspect a lie. All right. You saw this one as well. They touch their forehead as they're looking down. Touch the forehead as they're looking down. You saw that in the video a while ago as well. I think there were 2 examples of that in the videos. All right. Covering mouth. Now, everybody pretty much knows this. If you cover the mouth, it's a subconscious effort in order to cover the lie. They're slightly embarrassed. They know what they're doing is wrong. So it's an effort I know I'm lying, but I'm going to try to cover it. Most everybody knows that you cover the mouth as an indicator of lying. All right. Blinking rate. When a person has told a lie, you'll notice the blinking rate will probably increase as much as 8 times more. Now, when they're telling, what I was started to say is when they're telling the truth, the blinking rate will usually stay the same. But after they've told the lie, you can notice an increase in their blinking rate. Yeah, I tell the lie, and then my blinking rate will increase. So remember back when I was talking about that lying indicators, assessing and doing these whole processes was a synergistic approach. Maybe you're starting to see a little bit about what I'm talking about. You're literally having to watch their feet, their arms, their hands, their eyes, everything. And it's a taxing. It's a very intensive thing to do, but you're having to watch all of them. And this is very simplified because you're just seeing me above the waistline. All right. Hiding the thumbs. The thumbs, for some reason, as well as finger tinting, seem to be in symbols of dominance, superiority, and confidence. So if someone has their thumbs up, they're confident about themselves. They're very confident who they are, what they know, their situation. If you're talking to someone and their thumbs are up and you ask them a question and their thumbs disappear, you're going to notice that their confidence level will probably also go down because they're not as sure as they were. They're stressed and they're probably lying to you. Let me go back. I didn't do that. You see, the thumbs are hidden. Now, if they were up, I would have a sense of dominance and superiority and be confident. But if you don't see the thumbs, suspect lie. They're not sure of themselves, so suspect a lie. Finger tinting. Now, let me make this plain because I've had some people that misunderstood. Finger tinting is not an indicator of lying. It's the doing away of the finger tinting. A person, again, who has their fingers tinted is sure of themselves. They're very confident, self-assured, proud of themselves. But if you're, again, just like the thumbs, if they have their fingers tinted and you ask a question and it goes away, there's a reason for that. And it's typically the fact that you're being lied to. There's an example of that right there. Ask your question, the thing, it goes away. And it's a subconscious thing. They don't know they're doing it. All right. This is an easy one. Lip compression or lip biting. Someone asks a question and they pull their lips in together or they bite their lips. Real simple thing. Real simple thing. All right. And let's go to the next one. Duping delight. Now, I told you about a video in our ex-president Bill Clinton's video where he said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. As you watch that video, when he finishes his speech or talk to the press, he will lower his head and start to turn to his left to walk away. Look at his mouth. It is a duping delight smile. Now, what is a duping delight smile? A duping delight smile is a smile from a person who believes that he has duped the people he was talking to. He believes that everybody that just heard what he or she said believes the lie. I also referenced a video on YouTube from Diane Downs, another prime example of a duping delight smile, where she talks about her daughter. She's the one that shot her kids in the backseat of the car. Prime example of a duping delight smile. It is a smile that is given because the person thinks that you have believed their lie. All right. Now we're almost finished. Okay, we got some time for questions. Another indicator is what we call an anchor point. An anchor point can either be your feet or your butt. If a person, and if you watch the Chris Watts video from here in America, the man who killed his wife, his pregnant wife, and his 2 daughters, you watch the first interview that they did outside his home, you're going to see some examples of anchor point shifting. If you're standing up if someone's standing up and you're talking to them, asking questions, and they start shifting back and forth on their feet, their anchor points is where all the weight of their body is on their feet. So if they start shifting back and forth, they're becoming nervous and you're probably being lied to. Now, having said that, let me also caution you on using this indicator, because if somebody has been standing a long time, they're going to get tired of standing, and they're going to shift, and they may be telling you the truth. So if they've been sitting or standing for long periods of time, this is probably not an indicator that you're going to find is going to be very reliable, but it's very reliable at the beginning. The same is true about someone sitting in a chair. If they're sitting, sometime back, actually, I got a video, an interrogation video from here in the United States that they wanted me to review and determine if the person that they were interrogating was lying. Well, he was lying out his teeth. And one of the things that he did was he was shifting constantly in the seat between his buttocks, one after the other. But again, if a person's been sitting a long time, this is probably not something you want to put a lot of weight in. All right. And the last physical indicator we're going to talk about is eye and feet pointing. If you're talking to someone or you're interviewing them or interrogating them, and you notice that they keep looking at the door or even a window for that matter, or if you look at their feet and their feet are turned toward the door, that's an indicator that they're very uncomfortable talking to you. They don't want to be there. If they're uncomfortable and don't want to be there, there's probably a reason, and you're probably being lied to. All right. Now, dilated pupils. No, this is not a female version of Marilyn Manson. This is just an example to show you that when somebody's lying to you, their eyes may dilate some. That's because of the blood shift, the oxygen shift in the body. So you may also notice not only are they going to shift the eyes upper left, upper right, not only is their blinking rate going to change, but they're going to have to watch for dilated pupils while you're watching their feet and listening to their words and watching them scratch their nose and shift their anchor points. So when I say this is a synergistic approach, it really is. You have to really watch and listen to everything. All right. There's a couple of combination indicators. One is what we call verbal physical disconnect. And this is a result of what we call cognitive overload. The brain is working overtime. A couple of things are going on in the brain. Number one is they're trying to keep and build a story of a lie that you will believe and they can remember. They're having to remember this lie because it doesn't exist in the truth. And not only are they having to come up with a story, remember the story, they're having to keep the truth from coming out. So the brain is in cognitive overload with all this going on. So they will do things and say things that are not typical. For instance, sometimes they will answer, did you kill your best friend, Sam? And I'm saying no, but my head is shaking yes. If you try that, for instance, right now, say no and shake your head yes. It's very hard to do. But when your brain is so involved in thoughts and keeping things straight, you can do those things. And so if you ever see somebody shaking their head yes and saying no, or vice versa, suspect a lie. And we've already talked about no and looking down. If somebody says no and they look down, obviously that's a lie. All right, let's do some more videos. We've got 3 short videos. Again, the same thing, 3 videos. Oh, my bad. Watch the video in its entirety, then circle in any number of the indicators that you thought that you saw. If you want to write some notes, do so. We're going to take 30 seconds between each video so you can do that. And then we're going to come back again and watch those videos and assess those. All right. So let's go ahead and start. Video number 1. Why would I do that? That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. You had nothing better to do than... No, I did not. Okay, 30 seconds. All right, video number 2. No, I did not. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I swear to God, I did not take that money. 30 seconds. All right, get ready for video number 3. Did I take the money? No, I did not take the money. All right, 30 seconds. We'll review all 3 videos like we did earlier. All right. Video number 1. How many indicators of lying were there in video number 1? 6. Video number 2, there were 3. Video number 3, there were 7. All right, let's look at those real quick. Real quickly, 1, failure to deny. I was aggravated. I rubbed my head to my hand. I looked down. I sang the word no. I looked away after no, and I used formal language in this one. Why would I do that? That's the most asinine thing I've ever heard in my life. You had nothing better to do than... No, I did not. Okay. Next video. Video number 2, there were just 3. I sang the word no. There were no contractions. In other words, more formal language, and I invoked God or religion. No, I did not. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I swear to God, I did not take that money. All right. The final video was a fake smile. I repeated the question. Eye shift, formal language. Again, I looked down after no. My hand to the head, and a duping delight smile at the end. Did I take the money? No, I did not take the money. All right. While we're here, something I forgot to mention that I want to mention to you. What if you have a suspect, if you're in law enforcement or you're an investigator, or you're a forensic specialist and you're talking to somebody at the scene, how do you know sometimes if that person is right-handed or left-handed? Well, obviously look and see if you can tell. If I have somebody in interrogation and I don't know if they're right-handed or left-handed, I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm not going to do just one thing. I want to do a couple of things. So I want to see. First, I want to ask them to write something. That usually is always a telltale sign. Another thing that I might do is just get up. I'm not going to ask them. I won't ask if they want something to drink. I'm not giving them an option. I'll just get up, excuse myself from the interrogation room, go to the cooler, refrigerator, get a bottle of water, and I will come back and I will walk to them straight on. They're sitting down. I will walk straight to on the other side of the table to them, and I will hold that bottle of water out right in the middle of their body and see which hand that they take it with. So I'll do 2 or 3 things and see which hand, if it's the same hand they use. That's a couple of ways that I tell whether they're right-handed or left-handed if I don't know. Usually though, by the time I'm in interrogation, I know. But if you don't, those are some things that you can do. All right. Did you improve from your first set of videos to the last? I hope so. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Steven, for such an intellectual lecture. Next, we'll be learning about photographing injuries from Will Dodds.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm going to talk about photographing injuries. And I've been in forensics for quite a long time now, about 17 years, as Ranjit has mentioned. And I've had experience in a number of different situations. So let me pull up my my presentation for you here. Okay, can everyone see that? Is that okay? I think it's probably okay. So as I say, I'm happy to be here, and I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I was a high school teacher from 1994 to 2002, and I've been in policing for since 2002, and I'm still a police officer today. Been involved in a number of sections, but my main focus has been forensics and crime scene investigation. I'm a certified fingerprint examiner in Canada. I've had training and experience and specialization in footwear analysis, collection of DNA, basic bloodstain pattern, firearms ballistics, death investigations, forensic entomology, to name just a few. My department is small enough so that we have to be generalists. We don't specialize in one particular area. I've also done a lot of work in collision reconstruction, and I'm a level 4 collision reconstructionist. So for the fatal and serious collisions, they'll call out a reconstructionist to help investigate those events. And I've had experience with pedestrian crashes, heavy vehicles, motorcycles, bicycles, and vehicle fire investigation. And just as an interesting educational tool, I started up the Forensics World Instagram, and we have quite a few followers on board here. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, it's 4:30 in the morning here, so I woke up about 35 minutes ago. So I'm having a coffee and enjoying my time with you. We're going to talk about some basic photography theory. We're going to talk about why are we taking injury photos. We're talking about setting up your photos. This is a very important aspect to it. And followed by that, we'll talk about some scales. This is an interesting topic here, and it is a matter, it's about talking about and taking your photographs before your victim gets medical care, if it's possible. And then lastly, just get the shot. So forensic photography. So really, it's just still photography. And the added caveat is being forensic, it has a legal spin on it. In the end, though, it is still just photography. And in photography, you're looking at the big three, the exposure triangle. And these are aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. I think it's always important to go through these things briefly at the beginning of any photography type discussion or lesson, because it really comes down to these three things: aperture, ISO, and shutter speed. And we'll take a second and talk about each of these. So we're thinking of it from a perspective of what makes a good photograph. And it's really all about light and how much light is coming in, how long is that light coming in, what's the intensity of that light. So a way to look at it is think of a photograph as a bucket of water, and in this case, a bucket of light. Every photo is a situation where you need to fill the bucket with light. Aperture, how much light is getting through? That's one of the first, it's the first of the three, big three. So as you change your aperture or your opening, you're changing the amount of light that's getting through. And you can get a lot of light through at an aperture of say 1.4, or you can get just a small amount of light to say an aperture of f16 or f22. It's important to be familiar with these terms and what they do, especially if you're using a DSLR where you're doing some of these settings manually. I always shoot on aperture priority, so I can control my aperture at all times. And I let the camera decide on the shutter speed. ISO wise, I'm just trying to change my thing here. Here we go, shutter speed. How long, so we'll have the aperture, so what's the flow rate or how much light is getting through, and then you go to shutter speed. How long is that light allowed to flow? How long is that light going to be allowed to touch the sensor? And how long is it going to be able to be exposed to the sensor? And then lastly, of course, is ISO. ISO talks about intensity. So you have aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. ISO is the intensity of that light that's coming through or being received by the sensor in the DSLR. Back in the day, it would have been the amount of the intensity of the sensitivity of the film. And we can take now ISOs from 100 even up to into 8,000, 10,000. The DSLRs we're working with now, the Nikon D810 has an ISO range, which is just absolutely amazing with very few artifacts in the resulting photograph. So we have aperture, shutter speed, and of course ISO. One more thing to consider as well when you're looking about taking your photographs is depth of field. What is in focus and what isn't in focus? If you have an aperture, say an f4, your focus point may be not quite where you want it to be. You move to an f8. I shoot a lot of my crime scene photos, basic everyday work right around the f8, f9 point. And then when I'm doing extreme close-ups, or if I want to have a very large depth of field where everything is in focus, then I'll take that f-stop up even higher. So it's all about light. It's all about the big three for photography: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. You throw in depth of field, and then the last thing to consider is your flash. And all the flash does, it gives you more light. So it's all about light. So that's some basic thought on photography. I'll just give you a warning. These photographs are real. There are some photographs of actual injuries. Nothing is terrible, but there are injuries that I'm going to show you. So I'm just giving you that heads up. Why are we taking injury photographs? Well, really there's three main reasons. And if you keep in mind these three reasons, you're never going to go wrong. So first of all, they aid in an investigation. So photographs are used to help detectives or investigators come up with possible solutions, possible scenarios, possible angles of attack in regards to how they're going to follow up with a file. And that's our job, to capture those photos. Photos are also used in interviews as props. On many occasions, the detective section members have asked me, Will, I need a photo of this or that. I need the photo of the knife. I need a photo of the gun. I need a photo of this injury. They're used as props in interviews. And finally, and probably the most important one, they're used in court. So when you go to court, it is the job of the police or the prosecution to present a case against a suspect or an accused person. and to be convincing enough to the judge so that beyond a reasonable doubt that they're convinced that this person is guilty of that crime. Photographs play a huge part in that particular, in achieving that goal. They're used to complement investigations. They're used to complement interviews. They're used for any number of different reasons. And least of which is to facilitate the understanding of what happened to the judge and the jury. So photographing injuries is something we do all the time. And it's something that we need to be very, very good at, quite frankly, and very comfortable with. We're going to talk about a few things, specifically setting up your injury or your photograph. Overall mid-range and close-ups, scales, shadows, pre-medical treatment, backdrop, comparison shots, using a forensic light source. And lastly, this is something that's really very important as well. Just get the shot. First of all, overall injury photos. As with anything, scenes, car crashes, anything, overall mid-range close-up. Overalls set the scene. They help to give the viewer an overall feeling of what they're going to see. They're going to show perspective. This particular overall photo, you have obviously a younger male victim who has had an incision wound to his cheek. You're back far enough that you can see the surrounding parts of the body. You can see where he is. He's in hospital. You can see some detail. Now, of course, I've blacked out the eyes. I've blacked out part of his face. It wouldn't be blacked out for court or any other reason, but this for a presentation, this is what we're going to do. So the overall photo, keep in mind the scale as well. The next we'll go to is a mid-range photo. So the mid-range photo treats the injury as the main focus of the photo, but other areas around it are visible, and they can be used to help connect the photo back to the overall. So there are things in the overall photo that you're going to see in the mid-range photo. This is a close-up of that incision wound. It goes right through into the mouth. Next, you have the close-up. The close-up in and of itself is to focus the attention 100% on the actual injury. You're able to look at detail of the injury, or able to look at, to a sense, the severity of the injury. It's usually done with a scale because a close-up alone is very difficult to reference. So if you're looking back, you can see overall, mid-range, close-up. You need all three in order to get a full understanding of what has happened. Another example, an overall mid-range close-up series, a less significant injury, but still an injury of some bruising on the arm of the victim. Again, the overall gives perspective. The mid-range begins to focus your attention on the injury. And finally, the close-up, the primary focus of the photo is the injury. In this case, I have a scale. In this case, I don't have a scale. As long as I have a scale in my mind in somewhere in the mid-range and close-up photos, I'm happy. Because the scale is there to help with size comparisons. So overall, mid-range, and close-up. Overall, mid-range, close-up. We'll talk about scales. So you see in a lot of the pictures or the photographs, you're going to see scales. Why use a scale? Well, a scale is going to help us interpret photo size to reality size. It's important when discussing injuries that you can speak a little bit more in detail about an injury. For instance, the male suffered a 12 centimeter or a 10 centimeter or a 5 centimeter long incision wound to the face. And we have the scale in the photo to help to verify that into common reality. When do you use a scale? Well, there's no real steadfast rule depending on who you talk to. Some say you must use a scale, you must use photo with scale and without scale. I'm not too concerned about that. Somewhere in my mid-range and close-up photos, I have scales. And the most common scales that are used for injury work are the 15 centimeter straight scale, the ruler scale, and of course the ABFO scale. And the ABFO is probably the go-to most commonly used scale when it comes to injury photography. Using a scale is helpful for more than just getting measurements. I really like using a scale on the mid-range type photos because the scale will help to frame your focus while at the same time leaving a good amount of detail in view. For instance, in these cases, I'm just moving your photos to the side here. In these cases, you have a mid-range photo, 2 of them, while at the same time, it's almost like you have a close-up photo within the mid-range photo. So you have an emphasis on this victim's ear, but you can still see the entire face. If you think of a close-up of this particular photo, it would just be a square around the ear. And of course, I took that photo. But in this case, the scale helps to frame the injury. In this case, the victim here with a slice on the lip. Again, it's a mid-range photo, but you can envision a close-up version of this photo, and you can use the scale to help zoom in or to help narrow your focus. Scales, again, make sure, do your best to place the scale on the same plane as the injury. It is the most accurate. In an extreme case, if you have a lot of distance between the scale and the injury, the distance you measure on the photo is not going to be accurate. So in this case, this injury to this cheek, the scale is actually touching the skin of the victim. And that's okay. I always will say, hey, look, this is my job. I'm taking some photographs of you. I've got gloves on. The scale may touch your skin. If it hurts, let me know, but I want to make sure I get nice, accurate photos. So in this case, we also have one where there's an avulsion injury to the finger and the scale is touching the hand. So the scale is on the same plane as the injury as best as possible. That's a really important fact. Now, using scales. A scale does not actually just have to mean a ruler. Having a scale in a photograph is important, and you can use anything for a scale. Scales can be, in this case, the scale is a battery. We have this scale here. It was struck in the head with a beer mug, and it caused a laceration wound to the side of her head. I didn't have my ruler with me at that very second. It was in my case in another room. So I thought, I'll use a battery. I'll use something I could grab. What else could I have used? Well, I could have used a pen, a coin, glasses case, anything, a business card. Anything that I can measure after the fact, I can use as a scale in the photo. Very easily, I can measure this battery in real life and make a conversion through a measurement on the photograph. So using a scale that's not a ruler. This is another really important thing to consider. Our job, if you think about why we're taking photos, for interview, for investigation, and for court, one of the things that really hits home is seeing an injury before it gets treated. Now, this is a photograph of a victim in a hospital bed, waiting for treatment. And when I'm dealing with an assault file, one of the first things I'll do is ask, where is the victim? Where's the victim right now? If I have to deal with the accused first, I will, to gather short-lived evidence, like fingernail scrapings or anything like that. But if I can, I get to the victim right away. And this is why. This is really important. If you can get photos before medical treatment, you can really show the significance of an injury and get a more detail or more feeling of what pain has been caused, and pain and suffering has been caused because of this injury. It emphasizes the seriousness of the crime. And when you go to court, this kind of a photo really hits home what's happened to this guy or any victim. Because if you look at the next photo, you're going to see the same victim. It's the next morning, and he looks fine. Yeah, he's got stitches. There's some swelling under the eye, most certainly. But comparing that photo to that photo, it's night and day. This photo has impact. This photo is going to make a judge, a jury go, wow, there's a significant assault. This photo, okay, yes, there's stitches from the cut. There's injury, absolutely. But this one really hits home. So taking those photos before medical care if possible. It's not always possible, but do your best to do that. This was a knife attack with a box cutter. You can see the incision wound on the neck. It nearly fatal. Like literally, it was shocking to me that this was not a homicide. It was purely by luck that the blade didn't go down a millimeter more and cause significantly more damage and bleeding. I was able to get this photo before treatment or stitching. It was after the wound was cleaned, but it was before there was stitching. I was very happy to get this photo. It was an important photo to capture. I don't have a scale. I don't have anything. I just grabbed a quick photo. And that just talks a little bit about what one of the topics later is, just get the shot. I just got the shot. I was able to take the photo, capture the wound before it was stitched up or stapled in this case. So most definitely it still looks significant for sure. But that is the photo that shows that this was an attempted murder. This was a very, very serious crime and could have caused the death of this guy. So the stapled wound, okay, it shows some significant injury that had to be repaired. And the last photo, it's bandaged. So really, I was able to capture all three, which is just fine. The most important one being that one. And the key to success was getting that photo. If I was only getting that photo, I would have to speak to the injury, but I could not show the injury. And that is such an important factor. We need to be able to show that injury, show that repair if you want, show this photo if you want, but the key is that one. And we got to try and get those photos. Now, you have to get the permission, you have to talk, you have to work with the medical staff at the hospital, and you have to say, hey, look, can I get the photograph before you clean up? Can I get a photograph before you cover this wound? And, you know, for the most part, they're going to let you do it. In some cases, and in very serious cases, the health and welfare of the victim is first and foremost. You can't get the photos. If someone has gone up to surgery, you can't get the photos. You just can't. And that's fine too. You just got to let that go. But do your best to get those photos pre-medical. Ring flashes. If you have a wound that has some depth to it, you can use something called a ring flash. So a ring flash is an add-on to your camera system. I use a Nikon. Canon has it. Any of the main camera providers has ring flash options. There's ring flashes that are an actual ring around the end that attach to the end of the lens. There's ring flashes where you use supplemental flashes in a series of spots around the ring. This is the setup I've got, and it's 2 flashes on either side of the ring, and it provides an excellent coverage. So on this particular wound, this gentleman was struck on the head with a pipe, and the wound had depth, and the wound was pretty darn severe and could have been a fatal wound. Using the ring flash helped to prevent shadowing, which would reduce the ability to see that this wound had depth. If I was to zoom in on this photo, you'd be able to see actual depth to this particular wound. And I was really happy with how this photo turned out. Just of note, we have this being a mid-range photo, this being a close-up photo. In the mid-range, we've used the scale, which is touching the victim's head to help frame the injury. So you have basically a close-up photo within a mid-range photo. And an overall would be further back. You'd show a little bit more of his head. You'd show a little bit more of the surroundings. Of course, you can see wearing gloves, the ABFO scale, the scale's touching the victim. The scale is framing the injury, mid-range, close-up photo. Sometimes shadows are okay. I actually am a big fan of shadows. I use shadows a lot. I think the shadows, subtle shadows, add some realism. They add texture. They add depth. They add realism is the key. They add realism to a photo. This injured hand with a little bit of shadowing along the bottom, it just comes alive. Like it has more feel to it. This particular case where there is a victim, just moving your photos out of the way again. The shadows along the edge of this particular side of the scale just give us a little bit more depth. This axis of the scale is touching the cheek, so we can actually get a dimension or a measurement of the eye injury, but the shadows give it a little bit more depth and a little bit more warmth and texture. And I'm okay with shadows. Shadows are important. Shadows are unavoidable. If you are bent on having no shadows, you're going to have to spend far too much time dealing with photos. Remember, these are victims and they have been hurt. They're in discomfort and in many cases pain. You got to get in, get the photos, get out, let them get help. And of course, another shot here. This is a victim of a hanging victim, and you can see the shadows here give this photo some feel and give it some depth. And you can see contour and texture. So shadows are okay. Consider your backdrop. So when you're taking a photograph, if you're able to control your backdrop a little bit, hey, that's great. It gives you a chance to emphasize your target or the main feature of your photograph. In this case, we have a hand, and just by using a flash, the flash on the top of the camera, just by using this flash, and if your focal point is the hand, you're able to darken the background. It just happens automatically. Like it just happens. Like I'm not in a dark room here, but if your focus and your light metering is on the target itself, it will darken the area around and behind it. Again, another couple of examples. You have Your backdrop has been darkened, your backdrop has been darkened, and you've really got your target to pop so you can really see what you're trying to achieve here. Keep in mind as well, the scale is touching the surface. The scale is framing the injury. Everything is exactly where we want it right now. Comparison shots. This is very helpful when you're looking at an injury, say to a hand or say a foot, an arm, anything where there's more than one of the same body part. Take that shot where you're looking at the injured body part, comparing it to the non-injured similar body part. In this case, you have the left index finger of the victim has been damaged and is swollen. You can see the mid-range photo here, the overall photo here. I call it a mid-range, and comparing it to the uninjured right index finger. So it really helps to show emphasis that there has been an injury. Forensic light. This was in a case of child abuse that we worked on. This is a photograph taken with a flash, just a normal light in the hospital, close up of under the ear. There was some scarring. And we thought, I need to try and bring out this scarring and let us give it a little bit more power in the sense, a powerful photo. So we experimented with ultraviolet light. And all I did here was hold an ultraviolet light over the same area and took a photo. There's no filters, no flash, nothing. You can even see the photo itself is slightly out of focus, but you could also see cigarette burn, cigarette burn, cigarette burn, and a collection of burns. Yes, they can see this area here, but these individual burns were not quite as visible. This was an important photo for this file. And the reason I throw this in there is that you need to experiment with techniques. You need to try new things. You never know what might happen. You never know what the result might be. And yeah, it's out of focus a little bit. That's okay. Is it perfect? No. But does it do the job? Yes. Really important stuff. Another topic, coming to the second last topic here, is just get the shot. This is something you always need to remember. Your job is to get the shot. Your job is to capture a photo or two or 10 that emphasize what has happened to this victim and what has happened at this scene. In this case, a victim has placed their hand up and it's a defensive wound from a knife that has been brought down and has severed the area between the two fingers. This guy had to go to hospital. This guy, I needed this shot just like this because they were going to bandage this thing right away to prevent more bleeding. So sometimes you just get a shot, no scale. You don't have any time. You're not going to have any other opportunity, but you've still got to get the shot. It's your responsibility to get that shot if you're there in time to get it. Take that shot. It's going to have value. Imagine not having this shot and all you had was a stitched up hand or a hand covered in a bandage. This really shows what happened. Just get the shot. Again, another one. This is a puncture wound on the back of the victim in a stabbing with a screwdriver. This victim was completely uncooperative at the time, and he didn't even stay at the scene. We knew what had happened. We had a pretty good feel for what had happened. We knew we were going to be able to identify the accused or the assailant because of lots of witnesses. But this victim was completely uncooperative. In the end, he was, and that's important to remember. Sometimes they're uncooperative at the time, but later they want to go for it. This shot, quick shot, I said, hey buddy, pull up your shirt for me. I want to get a quick shot. He pulled up his shirt. I got one photograph of his back where he's had another wound up top, a wound here, some scratching and abrasions, but there's my photo. That's my injury photo. This entire file, that is the injury photo. Yes, I picked up a couple later after he'd been repaired, after the wound had healed over, but this is the only one injury photo for this entire file. Just get the shot. Again, just get the shot. This was a hammer blow to a finger. I also took a photo of the x-ray. If you look at the finger here, it's completely obliterated. And this was a crush wound from a hammer blow. This wound looked like this only for a couple of minutes, and it had to be dealt with right away with on a surgical end of things. Even though it's just a small tip of the finger, it was dealt with right away. I had literally no time. I said, hold your hand up for me, click, done. And then again, I took a photograph of the x-ray. So again, just get the shot. That's really important. And without getting the shot, I mean, it's your responsibility to get the shot. So just get it. And lastly, for just get the shot, this is a bruise from a domestic assault. This victim, totally uncooperative at the time. This victim wanted to leave the scene at the time. Do I need to have a scale on this? No. It's an arm. I know it's an arm. It's a pretty big bruise on this person's left arm. Is it the end of the world that I don't have a scale? No. Is it the end of the world that I don't have more than one photo of this bruise? No. It's a bruise. It's a bad bruise. Do I really need anything more? It's not always going to be perfect. But as I say, your job, just get the shot. Lastly, don't forget about your exhibits. So for every injury, you have a cause of that injury. You have a weapon perhaps that resulted in that injury. It's important to take photographs of your exhibits at the scene, perhaps, in a more controlled setting in the lab, perhaps. As I said, we could talk about exhibit photographs. There's a whole other presentation, we could talk about that. But the basic principles are the same: overall, mid-range, close-up. And always remember the reasons why you're taking photos: investigation, interview, and court. So for instance, a stabbing, I have the knife. I have it on the grass. Took a quick photo. I used the exhibit marker card to show it was an exhibit number. And of course, there's a scale on there. This is how I chose to photograph this knife. I did it again later at the office, and I did some swabs of the blade to test for blood. But this is a great shot, easy to do. Shell casing from a shooting. This was a homicide scene. Shell casing, 9mm shell casing. Captured it at the scene, evidence marker with a scale. No problem, easy. This is another photo that shows you how I can control the background and do a photograph of an exhibit of a weapon in a controlled scene with a scale, with a dark background, with the knife perfectly leveled across the scale ruler. These are all parts of things and all parts of a file that we're putting together from a photographic standpoint. So what did we cover today? It wasn't a long presentation, but we covered some basic photography: aperture, shutter speed, ISO. Why are we taking injury photographs? Well, remember, it's interview, investigation, and court. Setting up your shot, making sure that you've considered overall, mid-range, and close-up. Are you using a scale? Do you need to have a scale? What can you use a scale for? The big one for me, taking photographs before medical treatment if it's at all possible. Use your ring flash. Helps to reduce shadows and helps to emphasize depth. Shadows. There's nothing wrong with shadows. Shadows are an important part of any photograph. Backdrop. The darker the backdrop, the less distraction. It's not the end of the world if you get a more realistic background. It's fine. Comparison photos using a body part that is uninjured as compared to the injured body part, perhaps like fingers and toes, to help emphasize the injury. Using a forensic light source to help bring out the content of your photo, keeping in mind how the UV light emphasized the scarring or the old scarring from the cigarette burns on the neck of the victim. Just get the shot. Your job is to get that photo. There'll always be a question. Did you get a photo of the injury? Did you get a photo of this? Did you get a photo of that? My answer is always going to be yes, I did. And there's the odd time where it's not possible, and that's okay. But if you can get it, just get the shot. And of course, don't forget your exhibits. That's all I've got for you today. I'm happy to take some questions and go from there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Will, for a wonderful lecture. Here we come to an end of second day of Forensic Gala organized by Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, India. For further lectures, stay tuned and subscribe Forensic 365 for upcoming sessions in the Forensic Gala. Thank you.